Buenos días. Good morning. Buenos días. On behalf of the organization, apologies for this brief delay. Wi-Fi should be back and working. Welcome back to our Global Dimension and Sustainability of Research Infrastructures talks. I'm really glad to be back here. I'm going to be very quick so I can leave time for all the talks and conferences that we have ahead. So, with no further delay, I'm going to welcome Isabel Diaz, Deputy Vice President for International Cooperation at CSIC. And to the participants, yeah, please come up. Welcome. Yeah. And please welcome Cassiana Muñoz, Jean Dallian, Nicole Bierbeau, Johannes Gudleber, and Anika Thiers. They'll introduce themselves, so I save a little bit of time for their interesting talks. Welcome. Enjoy it.
Well, good morning. Can you hear me right? Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for your patience and resilience in the 15-minute delay. I will try also to catch up with the time, and I will be very brief. Just one word for this session, entorno. In Spanish, environment has a different, or could have two different meanings. It's not environment as nature or impact in nature. It is actually impact in nature, but environment to us is entorno. It's more of the context, setting, even what happens to humans in the impact of research infrastructure. So keeping this in mind, our panelists already know the word entorno. Keeping this in mind, the aim of this session is to discuss, and we already have a very fruitful discussion on how research infrastructures are affected by the environment, as, of course, energy crisis, well, something worse that is yet to come, which is water crisis, and, of course, raw materials crisis, supplies. That is obvious, an impact in research infrastructure functioning. But there is also an impact that we would like to discuss, which is the impact in the placement, in the context. Where do we pick to place a research infrastructure? Or how does it affect our choices, the human resources or human development in the area? We were discussing about CERN, because I don't know if you've visited CERN, but the image for me of the tractor on top of the land of the CERN is quite impressive. And of course, the policy behind it is going to be discussed in this session. One last message that I pick up from the intervention of Gonzalo Arevalo yesterday. It was mentioned yesterday about scientific diplomacy. Well, we strongly believe that research infrastructures are indeed a vector for scientific diplomacy, because one of the priorities of the Spanish presidency is Latin America, Caribbean. So indeed, they are around, and there will be an event, if I don't know, tomorrow. So it is a very genuine way, a very genuine cooperative way of collaborating with the Global South. We also have African partners in the room that could use some help in sharing knowledge provided by research infrastructures. So that is my last message, and we're going to have a discussion. The way it works is like yesterday. They will be having a brief, less than 5 minutes, presentations, and then we will like to have your questions, and we will launch one questions. We have telescopes, we have synchrotrons, we have polar science, we have CERN, and remote access. So for sure, this will be a great debate. And one last thing, sorry, I said already this is the last thing, but this is just we discussed, and it was very impressive. We were talking about what happens to us scientists when we start thinking about these things, and we broaden our views. We were saying that it makes us better scientists to be able to think about the impact in our environment. So with that, my colleagues will start. Cassiana, please.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Do you want to stand up in case in the back? No, okay.
Will I have to? I thought you were going to. I will. So I pass with that. Okay. I will do it. Thank you. Thanks. Okay. Well, thank you, Isabel. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I am Casiana, as she already introduced me. I'm an astronomer. I'm also the Vice Director of the Instituto de Astrofísica de Canarias. And so, on behalf of the IC, I again say that we are very pleased to have you all here. Right? I'm going to read because I'm very disciplined, and I know I have just 5 minutes, and I don't want to lose any message. Otherwise, I can start talking 5 minutes and say nothing. So I better read, right? So I want to start saying that, in fact, I'm telescope, but I'm telescope because I am sky. I'm going to talk about the sky, which is, I think, the most, the environment more closer and more needed for all of us, right? And it is also very useful, and that's the topic I want to stress. So astronomy is among the most ancient science, I think you all know. And the knowledge of the formation of the universe or galaxy or planet requires the observation of the cosmos. The progress of astronomy promoted the development of telescopes and instruments that capture and measure light. Originally, observatories were installed in the cities close where the mecenas lived, like those in Paris, London, Rome, Madrid, Prague. Later on, as the population grew, the site had to move outside the cities to more remote places. And so nowadays, astronomy implies a collective effort and technologies and resources, and growth-based astronomy is developed in very special and excellent sites. We have to have a clear, transparent, sharp, clean, and dark sky. Together with other excellent locations like Paranala, Chile, and Mauna Kea in Hawaii, Spain owns in the Canary Islands 2 astronomical observatories that rank among the best. Observatorio del Teide, that you knew yesterday, in Tenerife, and Observatorio de Roque de los Muchachos in La Palma, both at an altitude of about 2,400 meters. And they both enjoy the trade wind regime that provides excellent atmospheric conditions. It all started with a high-level international agreement, we are always very international, that was signed in 1979 between Spain and several countries that established the international observatories in the Canary Islands and created the legal basis for their operation. In 1985, several presidents and monarchs of the European Union nation, countries, and non-European Union countries formally inaugurated the observatories. The International Scientific Committee, CCI, from the acronym in Spanish, which coordinates the activity of the observatories, was created. Today, more than 75 institutions from 25 countries have telescopes and instruments at the Canarian observatories. The Instituto de Astrofísica de Canarias was developed in close synergy with the observatories. It has the goal to do scientific research and the commitment to manage the international observatories. The ISC is a public consortium depending on the national and regional governments, the University of La Laguna, where we are, and the National Council of Research. In this next slide, I want to introduce you something which to me is great, which is the first law dedicated to protect the sky, the so-called Ley del Cielo. It was promoted by the AEC back in 1988 and signed as a Spanish national law. It was meant to preserve the sky for astronomical observations and to protect it from alarm, which means artificial light at night. The background of the sky, of the slide, is a satellite image of the Earth at night. Most countries shine due to the artificial lighting, and this is a big problem. To see the feebler object that we need to understand the origin and evolution of our planet and the universe, we need to be able to have a dark sky. As mentioned before, astronomy now requires collective efforts and resources, and the observing site has to move to remote places. Note, however, that the ideal conditions can be met in places that are not that remote. This is the case of the Canarian observatories, that, as you have experienced, are at 3 hours distance from many cities in Europe. And still, the number of stars one can distinguish from Roque de los Muchachos is breathtaking. In the 70s, the population of the region was low and the natural darkness of the sky was excellent. However, The otherwise desirable development of the island due to the tourism made clear that if we weren't protected, the development would destroy one of the most important natural gifts of the island, which is the sky. To me, this law was visionary and groundbreaking, and it includes a concept which is more valid than ever: the sustainable use of the natural resources for the development of science, technology, and culture, while guaranteeing the protection of the environment. The law passed in 1988 was the first at a national level, and it has been followed by regulations adapted to the technological advances in lighting systems. It established regulations for different concerns, which include light, radioelectric, and atmospheric pollution, as well as air traffic. La Ley del Cielo has now become a model followed by countries like Chile, Italy, and some states in the USA. The key aspects that made this law possible were, first, the excellence of the Canarian site for astronomical observations, then the constant communication and awareness work, and a definite local and national support. I want to call your attention because we are now facing a new threat: the impact of the future and present mega constellations of satellites. This is an international matter, and now we need outer space regulations that have to be agreed upon by multiple nations in forums like COPUOS or others like the one we are discussing now today. As you have seen, it is crucial to count on international efforts and investment in order to ensure and protect the development and new technology on telescopes. And that's just to finish. I want just to summarize that we need to protect the sky because the sky is a resource for humankind. Knowledge is an everlasting purpose. Astronomy started at the beginning of time and will conclude at the end of the times. Clean skies are an alienable universal right for society to enjoy, for children to learn, for technology to develop, for knowledge-based technology to grow, for protecting natural and beautiful landscapes, for international cooperation, for inspiring art and culture, and in summary, to pave a path to the future with ambition and responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Casiana. Thank you very much. Jan?
Yes, thank you. So, I'm Jean Léon, director of the Soleil Synchrotron in Paris and chair of LEAPS this year. LEAPS stands for League of European Accelerator-Based Photon Sources and is the network gathering all synchrotrons and free electron lasers in Europe. It was established in 2017, gathering almost 20 facilities, more than 300 operating end stations, offering more than 1 million hours beam time per year to our users, both from academia and industry. Most of our facilities are national facilities, but fully open to international use, sometimes with more than 50% of international users. We have something like 35,000 of them, and giving rise to more than 5,000 publications a year. So my topic is energy crisis, and just to give you some numbers, the electricity consumption of LEAPS facilities, which is on the order of 650 gigawatt hours per year, is more or less half that of CERN, and a tenth of that of the entire French railways system, which is quite sizable. And of course, from mid-2022, with the post-pandemic situation and invasion of Ukraine by Russia, we have been facing a huge increase in cost, sometimes like at my facility by a factor of 5, where the cost for a year jumped from a little bit more than 3 million to almost 16. And of course, this depends on contracts and what is related to them. Which means that many of us had to reduce operation or to modify operation modes in 2023. In several countries, exceptional contributions have helped facing the urgency, but of course, mid and long-term measures are needed, and I will tell you a little bit about them. And besides that, so it's not really energy crisis, but we are also presently facing difficulties in the procurement of helium, which is most needed for cryogenics, and raw materials, for example, for our magnets. So, of course, we had to take short-term measures, and beyond the interruption of operation, of course, we could optimize operation, and maybe this is one of the good points with this crisis. We could also optimize maintenance. We all, for example, reduced heating or air conditioning. And altogether, the potential for economies of this kind of measures that could have been taken earlier is something in between 5 and 10% of the overall consumption. Now, of course, we need to do more, and we are already doing more. In particular, most of the facilities are planning upgrades of their accelerators, which with a technology which uses a higher number of permanent magnets. Presently, our accelerators are mainly based on electromagnets, which require power for, powering them, but also for cooling. And for example, the ESRF, which is the international facility based in Grenoble, has rebuilt its storage ring, and this allowed a reduction in their total electricity consumption from more than 10 gigawatt hours, which is about a 20% decrease. But of course, this is for the entire site, and for storage ring only, we think that the potential with the most advanced technologies is on the order of 50%. This means also that as rare earths are needed for magnets, recycling is a priority, and we are working on that. Another example is the Sesame synchrotron in Jordan, which is now fully supplied by solar energy with a power plant with a power in excess of 6 megawatts. And several other synchrotrons in Europe have plans to install photovoltaic panels as well. And there are other measures which can be considered. And for example, in France, using the resilience program, which was mentioned by Elena yesterday, we could replace our cooling water plant, which will allow for a significant decrease in electricity consumption, but also water consumption by something like 80%. And last but not least, we are also part of the solution with all the research which is conducted in our facilities. We are working on photovoltaics, on hydrogen, a lot on batteries, and so on. Even, for example, on materials for windmills. And with that, I will end.
Thank you very much. Indeed. So now we have telescopes, light, protect the sky, to raw materials. Now let's go to the polar research.
Do I get my presentation? There it is. So, good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure now to take you for 5 minutes from Tenerife into the cold, icy, and remote places of our world. These places are incredibly crucial to understand our climate, 6 out of 9 eco-tipping points of the IPCC report are related to the polar regions. So we have to study them, and we have a lot of infrastructure there distributed. And you see here the major infrastructures I will address. And I will speak about the environmental impact our infrastructure and our work has on these remote and pristine environments. So I talk about icebreakers or research vessels. You see here our wonderful Polarstern. We will speak about research stations in the high Antarctic and in the Arctic. And we will speak about polar aircraft. These are the infrastructures I'm talking about when I am speaking about infrastructures. And I should shortly say that all this, what I'm presenting you now, is just published as a report of the European Polar Board, and you can download it from the webpage of the European Polar Board if you're interested. So what we have done is we try to find out what are the environmental impacts of our research and how can we avoid these environmental impacts in the future. And we not only figured out the impacts, but also to which scale they affect the environment and in which time frame. So it's only for a week of lifelong. And the major impacts we have identified are carbon emissions, and especially black carbon emissions, mainly done by research vessels and icebreakers, but also by airplanes. Black carbon, I should say, for all of you here who might not be so familiar with polar research, settles down on the sea ice and darkens the sea ice and has an effect on increasing the thawing of the sea ice. A major problem in the polar region, a really major problem, are invasive species brought into these areas by us as scientists, also by tourists. So I have to say this is a key problem of tourism in the Antarctic and Arctic. We have to develop waste management is a key thing in the polar areas. Please understand that everything we bring into the Antarctic, even our excretions, have to be taken out of Antarctica, again, by law. Microplastics, everybody knows, is a big problem in the Arctic and in the Antarctic everywhere, but wildlife disturbance by flights, for example, is also a key challenge. Noise pollution in the ocean and at land, also resulting in disturbance of whales or life on land, is a key issue, mainly performed also by airplanes and vessels. And then stations have a severe effect on water consumption and soil degradations. Even if we apply the highest ecological standards, we can still find human biomarkers in near Antarctic stations. So there is an effect on this environment. And what do we do to avoid it? Of course, we try to avoid any impact, but it is not possible to do everything remotely. Sometimes we have to go there. So first of all, assess what you are doing. Make an assessment, an environmental assessment. See how the environment looks like before you start to work, and then later on find out what are your effects. Then, of course, find the most efficient speed-fuel ratio for the vessels. This all comes down to planning and making proper operational profiles. This saves a lot of fuel. Of course, we explore non-fossil fueled options. AVI just launched the first CO2 neutral research vessel, which is only working on methanol, green methanol. But an icebreaker has to be much stronger and cannot work on methanol. But we are working on non-fossil fuel options. But here we need technological development. And then, as I said before, a key problem is avoid the introduction of invasive species into these areas. They destroy everything, and we have a severe problem here. And then everything, and this is my pledge here, also very important, international cooperation, sharing of infrastructures, and remote access are the keywords. Avoid traveling too much into these areas. So reduce the flights, do not send too many people into these remote areas, and then we can save the environment. I thank you very much for your attention.
Perfect. 。 . 。 . 。 。 。. 。。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。
Perfect.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Now let's go to the CERN.
Can I have? Yeah, yes. Good morning. Good. My name is Johannes Gutleber. I work at CERN, and what I would like to show you today is not the CERN, maybe that you know, but rather looking into the future and taking a view that is a bit outside of our research infrastructure, but try to see what makes us all come together as research infrastructures. So when we talk about the environmental aspects of research infrastructures, it's very difficult to say they're the same for everyone, because every research infrastructure is really very, very different from each other. So also the environmental aspects are very different. That can range from land use to energy consumption, we heard that beforehand, the consumption of water, greenhouse gases, maybe just to keep in mind that recently there is a ban being planned by the European Union on PFAS, for instance, which is a major ingredient of refrigerants, and is going to impact a lot of research infrastructures and scientific instruments. So we have to live with a lot of constraints. Helium supply was also mentioned beforehand. Now, these constraints are not always disadvantages. I believe that these constraints, these challenges can also become opportunities for the research infrastructures to create benefits for everyone. I give just a few examples here that I'm personally working on. We have mentioned that we want to work towards a transition of powering our infrastructures with renewable energy sources, but the sun is only shining during the day. And our particle accelerators and also the astronomical infrastructures need the electricity in the night. So to be able to cover that, we will have to find solutions. One of the solutions is battery-based storage systems. I saw a strong interest from European car manufacturers. So this is an example here from Volkswagen Group, but I'm also engaged with Stellantis Group in France. To reuse their electrovehicle batteries in scalable battery storage systems. But for one research infrastructure alone, this is not sufficient. It was mentioned that Soleil has a certain energy consumption and CERN has another energy consumption, and it sounds all very impressive. But if we compare it to industry, if I take BASF plant in Germany, which is powered by Vattenfall, they have a consumption of 6 terawatt hours per year, for instance. So this is far beyond the Large Hadron Collider or any light source. So we always need to have this benchmarking. So yes, we are above a certain threshold, but on the other side, alone, I think we are not strong enough to have all these technologies put in place. Another thing that is very dear to me is the use of land. If we construct, if our research infrastructures, we consume land, and sustainability means to literally maintain the ability to continue an operation and to expand at a certain rate or level. And so I have to do something with all these excavated materials. And one of the things that I'm building up these days is an open sky laboratory in which we work on the incubation of sterile soil into fertile soil for agriculture and forestry. And this is also something where multiple research infrastructures, for instance, like Einstein Telescope, who will very sure have a very similar challenge to face, can work together. And we mentioned already the story of the waste heat. Every research infrastructure has data centers and produces low-grade waste heat. Again, this is something that we have in common. So one can really team up and work together on that. Now, technically, I do not believe that there is really strong showstoppers. I think scientists are bright minds and engineers find solutions to a lot of different things. But alone, the research infrastructure cannot do it because our core business is the scientific research. So we need help from outside, frameworks, legal and regulatory frameworks that help us then afterwards to put these systems into place in legal compliance, but also to generate then value to the society. So if you wish, we depend on our environment as research infrastructures, but we can also impact the environment around us, the economy and the society around us. But this really requires actors, for instance, at European Union level, and I have a good example in Switzerland, how we work together with the governments to have such legal and regulatory frameworks in place to assure the sustainability of the development of CERN's future particle accelerators. With that, I would like to hand over.
Wow, sharp. Fun. Perfect. Well, thank you very much for an overview. And our last speaker, Annika, please, remote access.
Thank you very much. Good morning from my side as well. My name is Annika Thies. I have the pleasure of being the coordinator of the eRemote project. That is a project, you can see there the consortium, which has the enormous pleasure of having very different communities all coming together to look at another thing where our entorno changed a lot in recent years. When COVID came, you may remember life completely changed for research infrastructures for a certain time. And eRemote was created in that period to look at, okay, the remote access we were all forced to really employ to a completely different degree. How has that changed us? How can we learn across communities, between the biomedical colleagues, the physical sciences colleagues, the environmental colleagues, the social sciences and humanities? Because many of the challenges are the same, and some communities actually are much more experienced than others in the whole question of remote access. So this project started about a year ago and is really benefiting from bringing all those different colleagues together. We plan to have two main outputs. The one is to provide an information platform which gives as many concrete, helpful examples of how others dealt with certain problems and what kind of good practice is out there. Really, we try to avoid the political language as much as possible and bring really down to, okay, sample shipping, it's complicated, these are the problems, this is how different communities have addressed them. Of course, IT access security is an issue which, again, many of us have. So trying to bring as many examples of that together into the information platform, and also gathering the different expertises we have into a green paper to look at what has changed, what kind of recommendations do we feel policy can take from these experiences. What we do is actually, we did some workshops, and we have now expert groups looking at different facets of remote access, because one of the beauties of having such an interdisciplinary consortium is, of course, that you realize that everybody talks about remote access, but they mean completely different things when they use that word. So we've tried, you see this the structure there on the right-hand side, we've tried to break it down into different facets which are important, and which everybody understands regardless of which community they come from. And we try to dig deeper into all of these aspects with expert groups, again, bringing the different communities together and looking at where can we learn from each other, which kind of challenges have they already overcome, which other communities are still in the process of looking at. And you see on the left-hand side, the information platform, it's already online, but it's of course by no means complete at this stage. But we are really happy always for your input on that. If we look at our intermediary findings, so we're in the middle of this project at the moment, we can say that remote access is a game changer for many research infrastructures. But still, I mean, Nicole gave a good example. CO2 footprint in some cases, I mean, if I travel to the Arctic or Antarctic, quite obviously, CO2 footprint of the travel is a massive thing. Yeah? And in other cases, if I look at traveling to the normals, I would say, European infrastructures, it's different. And we had a beautiful example by a colleague from the neutron community in one of our workshops saying, if I look at my energy consumption of my facility, and if I say that remote access is 20% less efficient than the normal access where the scientific groups come directly to the facilities, can directly handle any of the problems, work on any of the instruments. If I say 20% less efficient, and I mean, looking again at the energy bills of the kind of large facilities we're talking about as well, then for 20% less efficiency, I can travel around the globe quite a lot in order to come to the same CO2 footprint. So remote access can be a massive, good thing for the environmental impact. It doesn't necessarily have to be. We've seen that there are impacts on the way it's actually also about the workload. If, of course, the groups don't travel to the facility anymore, then somebody at the facility needs to do all the stuff that normally the university group coming to the facility would have done. And at the moment, this is not the way our funding systems work either. It really would require massive more resources at the site of the facility. Another thing we've also seen beautifully when we were allowed to visit yesterday the TEIDA Observatory is the colleagues explained very well that, of course, you are much more remote right now than you were 10 years ago. But still, for the students, it's really important to go up there and to see how it really works, not only because it's, of course, amazing, but also because then you understand all the problems of data gathering, all the technical little hiccups and how to solve them, and to understand also to what extent your data is reliable and to what extent there are possible things which you might have to know as well. So it's really, remote access has a lot of potential, but it needs to be looked at case by case, and it has downsides. It also can have downsides in the way you can of course have automated beamlines and kind of standard throughput things, but that's only for very standardized questions. If for the kind of breakthrough new ideas, you normally will not be able to rely on these kind of automated processes, and you need to find a new balance. So that's some of the reflections we've found at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, I don't know about you, but I already have several questions after listening to our speakers. So I think I'd rather have the Mentimeter QR up now, so you could raise your questions while we start the debate. See, my colleagues in the back can show the Mentimeter QR in the screen. Okay, they're working on it. It's fine. Yes. So get the QR, build your questions, and if you don't want to write your own question, you can add your fingers up, thumb up to the questions that your colleagues have raised, so it gets more likes, and then it goes up, and then it comes to the screen. Yesterday, in the session yesterday, there was a lot of questions that were left behind because of lack of time. So we have agreed that we will start with one small question so they can give an opinion, and then we rather take your questions, because there was quite an interesting panel here to answer your questions. So while you get the QR and build your question, let's reflect again on the new challenges based on recent changes in our environments. But I would like you guys to reflect now on the impact on the society. I mean, we have mentioned La Ley del Cielo, we have mentioned the raw materials problems, we have mentioned the carbon footprint and human touch, but I really would like you guys to go one step forward, and what are the challenges to interact with the society, how do I address them, and how can we learn from one another? Who does want to start? You want to start, Johannes, please?
If you look at me. Yeah, thank you for the question. I think as research infrastructures, it was mentioned yesterday, we have to be dynamic. The environment around us is continuously changing, right? And being in a reactive mode is, in my personal opinion, always a bad idea. So we need also planning security. We need long-term planning security. I mean, not talking about 5 years or so, talking about like 50 years, 30 years, 50, even longer. Time horizons that are also difficult to grasp, especially also at political levels. Now, one of the things that I personally experienced over the last years is that this continuous change of the environment, of the laws, if you wish, for instance, in my case in France and in Switzerland, affects the planning security of if you wish, CERN as a continuously evolving place. So one of the things that we did is we worked with the Swiss government, started in 2017, 2018, and said, guys, if we would like to expand in the future, if we want to do something else after the Large Hadron Collider, we need planning security. How are we going to do that? And I found in Switzerland this was a really great initiative that in the end they triggered the modification of a law that is called la loi pour l'encouragement de la recherche et de l'innovation, so the law for the encouragement of research and innovation, which specifically targets research infrastructures and the long-term possibility to evolve. And there it covers then different kind of things like the land use, the water use, respecting, of course, all of the laws that have to apply, like also the climate protection laws, but also how, in the end, we can create value for the society. One of the things that we are discussing today is, for instance, that the excavated materials of future constructions are by law considered waste. So even if we have the technical solution to reuse it, we cannot do that. Okay? So such kind of legal framework then in the end working on it will permit to create out of the technological advances that we do something that can be picked up by the companies who are working with us, and then we can bring it back to the society. But the most important thing is it gives the long-term planning security for the research infrastructure. It would be beautiful to have something like that at European level.
So we do need laws. Maybe we need a law not to go on tourism to Antarctica, yeah? So
I am a bit, I have to say, tourism in the Antarctic and Arctic has two sides, yeah? We have mass tourism should be definitely be forbidden. Just a short example, I visited Longyearbyen, it's the capital of Svalbard, when Mein Schiff, the German cruise vessel, sent 3,000 people into a village of 800 persons. And nobody educated them. They walked everywhere. But you should be aware that plants in the Arctic needs 10 or even 100 times longer to grow. So if it's destroyed by people, then it's a catastrophe. And nobody told them. So this has to be forbidden. But other tourism with really expedition guides and well-trained people makes polar ambassadors. These are the people coming home and say, look, I have seen the environment is changing so dramatically. We have to do something, you know. This is a two-sided story of a coin, you know. I am absolutely, and we are working with the cruise ship industry. So we have a very good cooperation with them, but this is an industry which is really taking care that the people are educated. But I would like to say, as you mentioned, society, another issue, climate change affects, of course, also people living in the Arctic. And we have 4 million people living in the Arctic, and many of them are indigenous people. And we are working on their land, and we are destroying their land. And I am leading an EU project, another one, where we work very closely with them and try to align our work, co-create with them, cooperate with them, and value their traditional knowledge. This is very important. And finally, what I wanted to say, I forgot, sorry. So I stop here for the moment. Maybe it comes back.
yeah, I think Jean had.
Yeah, I mean, of course, representing a network of facilities, I think for us is most important is to develop, common knowledge and common solutions, because we don't have the size of CERN. We can't necessarily directly discuss with our governments on the same basis. So what is really important to us is to work together, develop solutions together. I was mentioning, raw materials and recycling of materials. We are presently part of a project called Remade, which is really targeting circular economy and trying to help academia, but also companies to work in that area, and specifically funding people who can help companies to perform the experiment and get the best out of it with fully open calls for companies. And I think this is where we can really contribute.
Well, also, when you build a synchrotron, wherever you work, you create a lot of jobs in the community.
Sure.
There's a lot of construction.
Absolutely.
From every range of manufacturing, cleaners.
Absolutely. And I think, I mean, whenever we build something, of course, we try to go to the most advanced technologies to, I mean, reduce our footprint. And one example, which was already mentioned by Johannes, is the use of waste heat, which, for example, we are now doing at my place in close collaboration with the local communities, as it is a huge investment to, I mean, connect our cooling system to the network of waste heat. It's an investment of several millions, for sure. But again, I mean, and maybe this is, I mean, Johannes mentioned a lot the Swiss government. I think there is a lot to do as well with local communities, and we try to work very closely with them. You were mentioning, I mean, light pollution. There is a concern in the neighborhood because, of course, we have 24 hours operation, and I mean, sometimes just for safety, we need light. And we have, for example, engaged in discussion with them on how to reduce the light pollution we produce.
So never have a telescope near a synchrotron.
Yeah.
I would not think of it.
At the center.
But the other thing that, I think that this is a very interesting debate because we want to have infrastructure which are important and needed to do research. We want to be nice with the environment. We want to protect nature because we also like it and we need it. And we need to have the society engaged. And with all these things, we have to get the balance. It is clear that, as you said, you cannot say no tourists to the South Pole. I mean, I understand it cannot be a massive tourism, but this is a place that once in your life you have to see. I mean, I would like to see it, at least one in my life, right? I will go whenever they tell me to go, but I would like to.
But I want to go too.
No, I would say that here, in our case, because our infrastructure is very, very close to the population, we have to be working on that a lot, right? And that implies that, I mean, sometimes you have to pay a price. I mean, you cannot have the environment, a wide nature, and also to have all the research that you need to have some sort of medical diagnosis systems in the future. I mean, this is the balance that our society has to do. How to do the balance, this is the debate. But the society needs to know so, because like that, they also are part of the, I mean, of the cost of the thing that we have to do for all of us, right? And this is the debate, not being dogmatic in any case. I mean, not that we are going to install whatever installation, because it is, I mean, breathtaking and it's a future very important, without having the idea of what is going to come after that. But it is true that we have to do things that are going to, I mean, to remove a beautiful tree in a moment, because then you have to decide it all as a society. I mean, we cannot have both a beautiful tree and a good scanner at the hospital. And this is something everybody needs to know, and we have to debate with them. I think this is it. Not just us, I mean, us as well.
Well, fully agree. That is done by outreach as well. We're working on our outreach. And Annika, I would like to just get your reflection on the debate, but in one particular thing that bothers me about remote access. You were mentioning that if you have a lot of remote access, but you can't lose the hand-on thing. But there's also another thing that we can't lose that we have sacrificed with COVID, which is the human interaction.
Yes.
After all. So can you reflect on the impact of remote access on human interaction?
Definitely. Yeah, full agreement, and that came up all the time in the workshops and the expert groups as well. It's really there are so many facets to this. It's this being on site, getting the feeling, being in the room, seeing this facility really live. It's a different thing. And yeah, the whole everybody. It's also about stakeholder buy-in. It's about an industry or university group coming to a facility. sitting there, having the night shifts and everything, setting up the experiment, together with the support scientists there. It's also something that they are in a collaboration mode. It's really something where at the end they feel it's their baby, the results they take home. It's really something they have worked for tangibly for 3 days, they've been measuring, etc. So that's a completely different emotional connection also to your results than sending a sample off to the facility somewhere, getting back some data 2 weeks later, ideally. That's really a massive impact, and that's not even talking about the training, where it's even more important. If students try to understand how such a facility works, you can do and you should do more remote training, and that's actually one big focus of what we're doing in ERAMO, to look at how can we learn from virtual training, how can we make training more interesting. There are beautiful use cases of kind of like computer game-like environments where you can enter a beamline and try to really wriggle with the different parameters until you get the perfect settings for your experiment. And that, coming back to your question, is I think also something which can be used for outreach to a broader societal team, because that makes it more tangible what's happening inside this black box of a synchrotron. But yeah, we have to be really careful not to lose the human interaction.
As scientists, I mean, we like to discuss, to get, I mean, we don't know each other. We just discussed 5 minutes and we brought up 2 or 3 topics that we didn't think about before. So in the end, we discuss, we feel each other, and then we are more productive. I would like to have the Mentimeter up with questions, and if not, I think I will ask you to raise your hands and raise your, there you go. Do you think we can sustain all existing research infrastructure or build even more when we look at the climate crisis? That's a very good question. 12 likes. Yes, please.
We will not be able to sustain at least all our infrastructures in the poles because some is simply disappearing. Yeah, we face this already now. Infrastructure built in the Arctic on thawing permafrost will not survive. That's a key issue. We will build more infrastructures because we are lacking, so we need to, as I said, for our ships, everybody says sea ice is melting, so we don't need any icebreakers anymore. I say, because melting sea ice means it moves much faster. So we have to have really strong vessels still, which can operate in these unpredictable conditions. So when I hear that Russia opens the Northeast Passage for non-ice strengthened vessel, it's a nightmare. We will have catastrophes ahead of us. So we will build new vessels. We are currently building them, so we will not sustain all infrastructures, but we need to be building more. But I have to say again, we also need to think about sharing our infrastructures much more, especially these infrastructures in the very remote areas. They are not only remote, they are also incredibly expensive. So sharing is for me the key, better than new building.
I fully agree. In fact, I wanted to mention that to you before. This is essential. For instance, astronomy, it is difficult to think on a telescope, which is going to have an instrument doing the same thing that other telescope does. So any new infrastructure is based on a new technology which is not already in operation. And after that, all the data we have, I understand that we don't earn any money for the data we have, but all the data in astronomy is accessible to everybody. Therefore, if I want to observe the galaxy, NGC, whatever, if that has already been observed, I'm not going to get observing time. They will tell me, this has been observed, go to the archive and use the data. I think something like that, it's very basic, but it has to be thought. Redundant equipment is not a good idea unless you remove the old one for whatever reason. And the thing that you are going to get, because after all, research is for everybody, should be possible to be used for any researcher that need to use this data. That is the only way that I don't want to have my own equipment because I don't have access to the data that you have in your equipment. That is the reason why I want to have my things. because I don't have your data, right?
So, Jean,
Yeah, so for synchrotrons, which are in fact, old facilities, the first ones were used for what we are doing now more than 50 years ago. We are already at what we call the fourth generation of facilities. And so we have been expanding a little bit the number of synchrotrons in Europe, but most of the synchrotrons we are building or rebuilding replace existing facilities and are much more energy efficient, climate friendly, with new technologies. And also, in fact, the increase in capacity is enormous compared to what we had, only 10 or 20 years ago, because, we are more productive, we are using more robotics, we go faster. And so, the increase in capacity is not at all scalable with the number of facilities. And altogether, I'm absolutely convinced that we are now offering much more beam time with, less impact than even 10 or 20 years ago.
Would you like to reflect, or shall I ask for another question? Do we have another question? There you go. And even more likes. Is there any coordinated effort to evaluate possibilities for the greening of research infrastructures? Would you like to?
Yeah, the question actually reflects my wish, actually, where I'm here. I advocate that there should be more cooperation, but the bottom-up approach works only up to a certain level. So we can talk to each other from Soleil, CERN Soleil, and CERN can talk to ESRF, and ESRF can talk to Soleil, and yeah, we make our workshops, and I think technologically also I think we advance. But I keep insisting that there is a support needed from, in my opinion, a higher entity, a higher authority, not only to facilitate, but then also to put these technologies in place. So I think we are subject of our environment. I think we can also positively impact our environment as platforms, but we need the legal, the regulatory frameworks to then afterwards transfer this to the society. We transfer already the knowledge to the society, the science. We can do that, but for the other things, I think it needs a consultation.
Anything you want to add, or shall I ask?
I agree.
We have 14 questions. Can I have another question? Yes. What is the best way to share solutions for decreasing environmental impacts among research infrastructure? Oh, Jean, would you like that? It's your chance to add up.
Yeah, okay. What I would like to stress, and I fully agree with what Johannes just said, is we also need to have industrial solutions. And this is probably where, we need more work. For example, for the recycling of magnets, we know there are now small companies which start to do that, but we need to go to the full industrial scale, and this is a very important dimension of this. So sharing solutions is, of course, very important and doable at the scale of the facilities, and I fully agree again with Johannes that this is working up to, a given level, but developing solutions with industry is I think, really what needs to be done.
Well, and also linking with these legal frameworks that we were mentioning before, maybe if the companies were obliged to make business out of waste recycling, because nowadays there's no waste recycling. When you dismantle a synchrotron and you build a new one, there's a lot of waste produced, and there is no regulatory framework that forces to put that back into the circulation, right? So maybe that legal framework has to be a little bit strengthened?
There are many different legal frameworks that are contradictory,
Okay.
and we are not yet, I would say, there to have this whole thing consistent. But I think also as a research infrastructure, we can really add some value there, because we do pilots and demonstrations with the industries, but then it has to be brought to a next level. You know, then we need to go and we just say, look, we have a solution here. Can we now adjust the threshold levels for declaring this not as waste, and it doesn't need to be disposed, but can it now be brought into the production chain and become a resource?
Isabel, a very nice example. There was a neutron reactor in Berlin, which has been decommissioned, run by the Helmholtz-Zentrum Berlin, and they had more than 20 instruments. They managed to, give them to different facilities around the world, including in the US, and none of them will be disposed, which I think is quite impressive.
It is indeed. It is indeed. And do we have time for the last question? Yeah? I can't see. There is a high inflation. Read it there for me, please.
Yeah.
Ahora. High inflation. Okay. High inflation has caused large unexpected tension in the research infrastructure finances. Okay. I thought we're going to escape funding from this session, but we can't escape funding. And since compensation is often left to the research, but who should be responsible for it? The member states? Oh boy. Well, I don't know if any of us are willing to answer this, actually. No.
Not my department.
No. It's a bit...
Well, this is something which is also related with the temporal.
Yeah.
I mean, we are having a problem. I mean, the problem that we have two problems that cannot be coincided. I mean, we want to have modern and updated infrastructure, right? And that implies that after a number of years, it has to be removed or changed, right? And at the same time, we want to have the best possible people to work with this infrastructure. Not only researchers, but people, taking care of making or doing the observations or the measurements for us, right? And then when it changes, I think we have a problem, because it's impossible to have, I'm talking on behalf of the European Union, saying that it's impossible to maintain the money for an infrastructure which is going to last 10 years, and also the compromise with somebody who is going to be there forever. So the issue is the recycling also in the people. The only solution to me, which is not always possible. But when you change the technology, and this is very, very modern, it's impossible to be operated by the same people you had before. So this is a question for you. I don't know how to do that.
Okay.
One comment
Good.
for this question, short one. Even if we have here all the S3 infrastructure and ERICS, most of the infrastructures are still national facilities. So it is on the member states. It's a simple answer.
There you go. And I have one last question for you, Annika, because you mentioned the carbon footprint. So how do you think the research infrastructure can become greener? Because in the end, carbon footprint is not what we do tourism in Antarctica. The carbon footprint, it affects the entire world and the globe, what we do in the other side of the planet. It's not that one particular place only impacts the pollution of that particular place. So how do you think we can go about it?
Yeah, I think we really need to focus a lot more, and that comes back to the question before. How can we make sure, first, to have really stable frameworks for measuring the carbon footprint? And I'm really interested in Nicole's results there on how precisely they measured it, and perhaps we can take that up in e-remote to actually also bring a bit more content into that facet of really measuring, examples of measuring the footprint of facilities, because I think there isn't a commonly agreed framework where you can actually compare and learn from each other. And then bringing in the solutions and having good practice examples is also, I think, vital. And there's a lot of work. Fully agree with what Jean was saying. You need to work with industry to develop new technologies to be greener. But then this sharing, yeah, especially the sharing across communities, which again might be very useful. It would be very good to have some place to gather all that information and make it more accessible across communities.
Well, I think that sounds like EOSC, doesn't it? It's sharing information, the big clouds, or I don't know. Would that be? Okay. Okay.
Just a very short thing.
Please
There
go
was
ahead.
a very interesting survey made by CNRS in France on their carbon footprint, and considering all, elements in this, and it is highly dominated by purchasing. Highly. Not traveling, not even traveling from home to lab. Most of it is purchasing computers, equipment, and so on, by far.
You mean Amazon? Or Sorry.
Not only, but yeah, yeah.
It is very interesting.
And it
Is
is
it public?
I think so.
No,
Not so sure.
And it is very important because at the end, one thing on the obvious things, on the thing your intuition said that it is, but it's important to have the numbers in order to be able to move ahead. Because maybe we are blaming something which is not.
I know there is a paper.
Yeah.
I can give you the reference.
That's yeah.
Okay, I think we have to. This is very interesting discussion. I think we could. I'm sorry for those questions that have been left behind, but I would like to ask our panelists to give us a conclusion, a take-home message, just a round-up message, please, Casiana.
Well, I think we are discussing. Sorry, we are discussing about our impact in the environment and the sustainability of it. And I want to vindicate that astronomy is just the opposite case. We need to protect the environment. We need to save the environment. We need to have the environment, this kind in particular as it is, in order to keep doing research and in order to keep doing investment in astronomy. So we are just seeing a case in which we need the environment to be protected. Otherwise, this cannot be done. We cannot understand the universe. Right?
Good.
So my take-home message would be, we are part of the solution.
I like that one too. Yeah.
I repeat what I've said before, in my opinion, and it all comes down to working together, sharing our infrastructures and our knowledge, and cooperating. Then we can save a lot of impacts on the environment. And in this panel here, I learned it should be also cross-disciplinary, because I learned here from many of you very interesting ideas. So there needs to be also a cross-disciplinary sharing of information.
The panel yesterday would have said, how do you sustain sharing? Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Sustainability of sharing
It's a key problem.
is a key problem.
Yeah.
Take-home message,
The take-home
Johan.
message for me, it's that the research infrastructures are really platforms of open innovation, which is the multi-sectoral. But to bring then the products of this open innovation process to the society, it requires the active involvement of another entity.
Beautiful. Please, Annika.
Yeah, for me, it's coming back on the experiences we have in ERA mode. It's about that there are a lot of solutions already there. Remote access is a development here to stay, and especially, I think, in various hybrid modes, where less people come to the facilities and more log in via Zoom to look at what you're doing, etc. So this is going to stay, and the benefit of really learning across communities how others are dealing with the challenges and are developing. There are also opportunities there in developing fascinating, computer game-like simulations and stuff like that. So learning from each other is indeed key, I think.
Well, that's a very beautiful take-home message, because I indeed have learned a lot in this panel. It's been a very productive discussion. Thank you very much. And so I do have a take-home message too, which is we do have to protect the development of knowledge, because we are part of the solution. Yeah. So thank you very much, everybody, for this session. Thank you very much for the questions.
Thank you.
And we've been great in keeping the time back.
Extremely great. Thank you for that as well. Thank you for the interesting conversations. Thank you for the interesting questions as well. We have a half-hour break. Enjoy your coffee, and see you back here at 11:30. Thank you. Hello again. Welcome back. So I hope you have enjoyed this little break and time of networking. So we're over with Axis 1, in which we've already talked about sustainability. It's the time now to talk about the global dimension of research infrastructures. Sorry. In this session, we are going to hear the perspective of a number of European researchers on the opportunities they see, the barriers they face, the solutions they find when implementing a global approach. The following panel, is going to debate reasons for partnering globally, challenges faced, and efforts required at national, European, and international levels. Please give a warm welcome to the chair of this roundtable, Michael Arentoft, head of Unit for Open Science and Research Infrastructures at the European Commission. Welcome, bienvenido. And the participants will be Claudia Allen Amaro, Volker Beckmann, Lily Freda, Moises Weber, and Antje Kepler. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much for introducing the panel. As you probably have seen from the program, we have a very impressive lineup, also in terms of the different thematics that our excellent panelists are dealing with in their day-to-day work. It reaches domains from structural biology to research data sharing, to solid earth science, to fusion energy, to bioimaging. So indeed, it is a wide range of perspectives that this panel covers. Now, as said, this is a panel about the global dimensions of research infrastructures. Of course, this is nothing new. They are present both when we see research infrastructures in a science-driven context, when we see research infrastructures in a societal challenges-driven context. Most of these pressing, be they scientific or societal questions, are not defined by national boundaries. We all know that. And they indeed require global collaborations to be answered in a very effective way. If we look at the various science domains, of course, research infrastructures are already partnering across the world with different partners. And why are they doing that? Of course, to connect complementary instrumentation, equipment, collections or tools to enable an increasingly complex experimentation, data collection, analysis, and so on. Why is this the case? What are the drivers for partnering globally? Well, it could be the locations that the different research infrastructures require to be in. It could be the need to operate on a very large scale and over a very long time span. And of course, it's also very much about sharing of costs to fulfill the increasing technology equipment requirements. Examples, well, we heard some of them already in the session earlier today: telescopes, synchrotrons, other specialized technologies. If we look at research infrastructures in the sense of addressing societal challenges, here also the global dimensions are quite obvious. It's a true need for research infrastructures to team up internationally for reasons of interdisciplinarity that is required to address this challenge, for reasons of cutting across sectors, and also very often the need to open up to new user categories that need these observations, that need the data, that need the analytical services or other services provided by research infrastructures. And also research infrastructures themselves as a construct is increasingly complex and require also international links. Research infrastructures, as we all know, they can be multimodal, they are very often, and increasingly so, distributed over different physical sites and indeed across international borders. And as I said, there is also an increasing diversity of partners involved in the research infrastructures that are required to support our researchers. So, in short, tackling global challenges requires global approaches to provide effective solutions. So, research infrastructures, naturally, are expanding their international collaborations, but it also comes with a number of practical challenges. Could be issues of collaborative governance, organizations and operations, can be issues that is of a more financial or resource nature, or could be legal or technical issues. So, as was already said by our Master of Ceremony, this session will hear about opportunities for global partnering, the barriers that are found, but also the solutions that many have come up with. So, we will start with Claudia Alen Amaro, who is the head of operations of the Instruct ERIC coordination team. So this is the integrated structural biology infrastructure. Please, Claudia.
Thank you, Michael. And thank you to the organizers for giving us the opportunity to present today the work INSTRAC has done to open its doors to the world. INSTRAC, as Michael said, is the ERIC for structural biology, for integrated structural biology. Every time you see a molecule in the television, you've had, I'm sure, all familiar with the picture of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. There is a structural biology behind it that they told the virus, say cheese, and took the photo. Then we are those people. We are the people that find out the structure of the molecules of relevant interest, in particular for health research. Then, as Michael was saying just before, why go global? Why open our expensive infrastructure to the world? And the clear answer is that science has to be global because the challenges we face are global. Diabetes, cancer, infectious diseases are global challenges that require global solutions. Sharing of our infrastructure, sharing of our data, sharing of our expertise is the only way we can tackle these joint challenges that the world faces. And INSTRAC from the beginning has been about democratizing access, opening our infrastructure to our researchers and providing the researchers with the financial support they need to use the infrastructure. Because you can open the door, but if the person cannot walk in, they're not going to be able to use it. Then INSTRAC has been always from the beginning about democratizing use of infrastructure, of data, and of expertise. I just want to go a little bit from the particular to the general, and for example, how we reacted to COVID-19. When COVID-19 started, many of our infrastructure already had remote access. And because already had remote access, we were able to react very fast and extend this remote access to other facilities. And our scientists had a big role in determining the structures of the virus complex and make it public to the community, and other projects like the COVID Moonshoot and COVID-19 NMR projects were instrumental in this information with clear health applications. And I just put there a few of the photos of our infrastructure to show you how diverse the infrastructure of INSTRAC is. From the big equipment, from the synchrotron, the cryo-EM, the big and high-end NMR facilities, to the labs necessary to produce the sample and characterize the sample before it can be used, because the structural determination need good protein. And we have learned in these few years in the world that even non-structural biologists many times need the same good proteins. Then our expertise can be used by other communities, in particular in the global stage. We have our llamas. We produce the nanobodies. These are so important for many of our structural determination. And in the top right there, you can see the people. The people, the expertise of the instruct scientists and the expertise of our users are a very important part of our community and of our infrastructure. And if we open the infrastructure to the world, there is a clear increase in this expertise. Then this is what we learned in the last few years and has opened a few questions that I wanted to share with you. When you say, I want to open the doors, our doors to the world, one thing is to say we open, and another thing how we open it. You have to look for modalities of interaction, modalities of engagement. Instant modality is by signing a memorandum of understanding. But we know that that's not the only way forward. And other ERICs have used different modalities. And this is just a heads up. That's part of the project ERIC Forum 2 that just started. Instra will be reaching to you to ask you, are there other modalities? What are you using? Why it works? What are the barriers? Interacting with our colleagues has been in many parts of the world. Reciprocity has been very important. But there are barriers. Barriers of culture, barriers of many things, but working forward has been very important. Oh, and I'm running out of time, I'm so sorry. Then I'm going to leave this, and I'm sure you will get the application, but I want to point out to the report. You have the QR code, if you can go there. This is the report we did with the project ResInfra, EU-LAC ResInfra, where we look for what the structural biologists in Latin America needed, where they get the infrastructure, how they use it, what are the main barriers. And in this report, we do recommendations for funders and for research community. And your input will be very valuable. Then I invite you to please visit. And just to say thank you, in particular to the ResInfra colleagues, to Sabina and to Inma, without their support, we couldn't have done the great work we did in this project. Great thanks to our instruct centers that opened their doors to to the scientists around the world, to the intra-member countries, to the hub, and to our colleagues in Latin America, in particular, to SEBEM, that we have worked together so effectively. And thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Claudia. If you were to mention just one attribute of an international partner which makes your international collaboration successful, what would that be in 1 minute?
Common goals. Our SEBEM, this infrastructure that I mentioned in Latin America, we have the joint belief that sharing and democratic use of infrastructure is something we have in common, and scientific excellence. Then these common goals, this reciprocity, this is not something that Europe gives to the world. It's something that goes and back, and we learn from each other, is the most important attribute in this collaboration.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would now like to pass the floor to Volker Beckmann, who is responsible for the European Open Science Cloud at the French Ministry of Education and Research. He's also the co-chair of the EASC steering board and the co-chair of the recently established ESFRI EASC task force. Please, Volker.
Thanks, Michael, and thanks for the organizers for giving me the chance to talk a bit about open science and the context. Of course, it's very compact. So you know, we have this goal, open science, the new normal. What does this mean? It doesn't only mean sharing the data, it means sharing the services, it means sharing expertise, it means open source, but it also means infrastructure sharing at the end, because you cannot do open science without having networks, computers, storage. And the research infrastructures, they play, of course, several key roles here. So you are the data providers, and not only fair data, but really fair machine actionable data. That's something we really have to work on, that we have data which can be used by AI codes, by machine learning. At the same time, you will make use of this data from other research infrastructures in order to push your research forward. And you are also developing services for example, AI services to analyze data, which can then ideally be shared by other colleagues from neighboring communities, or if it's very transverse, from all communities. So why is this still a topic? I mean, we have a lot of policies in place at national level, at European level, at many institutional level, but of course we have to go now the next step from our policies to really put action on these topics. So there I want to make some advertisement for the European Open Science Cloud. So we call this the Web of Fair Data and Services. So services in the widest range. This includes also infrastructures. This includes software sharing. And I would like just to pass some of the keywords here, because there's sometimes a bit of a misunderstanding. So the EOS is not an infrastructure itself. It's meant to be an interface. It's a federation of those actors who are working on making open science happen. It should be free at the point of use, and it should really directly respond to the needs of the research communities, and there I mean also of the research infrastructures. We want to know what you need, what you expect from this European program in order to deliver. And this is a very crucial point, I think. So fair data, I mentioned already, and it's not only about the end product, it's really about the full data life cycle. So it's a co-program partnership with 3 partners, European Commission, the EOS Association. Some of you, I think 10 ERICs are already members of this association. And there is the steering board where you have the member states and the associated countries with a significant budget in Horizon Europe. This is topped by in-kind contributions from the EOS Association members. They deliver even more in-kind than the Commission pays cash into that. There's a portal where you can check out what services are available. And so the key question is always, what is the advantage for the research infrastructures? So if I would have to formulate this, I would say it's the visibility first. You want to share not only your publications, you want to share your data so that they can be reused, so that you gain in visibility of what you are doing, so that you get more support for what you are doing. Then second, of course, expertise and training. There are a lot of transverse aspects where we can share training. You can benefit from the expertise of other partners in the EOSC. Then there are new solutions, and it's the networking. I think that for me was the main starting point to get to know who is doing what and where I can benefit from. So there were also some examples listed. You can then later go to the slide and check out some of the examples, what EOSC in action means. So what is holding back EOSC now? And why is it not fully there yet? Why are we not fully connected to that? So it's a development not only at the EU level. It needs institutional, national, and EU level development. If we are not able to share infrastructures and solutions on the national level, it's very difficult to do this at the European level. And sometimes it's even inside institutes that it's difficult to share solutions. So don't wait, act. See EOS as a glue. Prepare that you have fair data ready for sharing, services for sharing, which you see as a benefit to the community. Then, as I said, open science needs infrastructure. We have to talk about e-infrastructures, network, computers, storage, if we want to make EOS happen. And then we have this chicken egg problem. A lot of colleagues say, well, but it doesn't really fully work yet, and I don't find everything which is there, which I need. We need research infrastructures to engage, to bring their data in, and then you see also the benefit from that. And we have seen this with some research communities where this worked quite well. So we are now discussing going global, and there I think I leave this to the question corner because I run out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Volker. Thank you. Just one question, which is also a bit self-critical, I must say, also from the Commission side, but that's healthy, I think. I remember the first political signals towards creating an open science cloud was back in 2016. We started funding with approximately 70 million per year from 18. Now we're 5 years later. Why is it taking so long to make this web of fair data and services a reality?
Well, we always say always say that open science is a change in culture, a change in how we work. So you need to start with, at the beginning, we had some enthusiastic colleagues. This you really need, and this you need also on the long run. Unfortunately, we lost some colleagues along the way who got a bit frustrated that it takes so long. And then you start with communities which are already very fair. So we started with partners which already had an idea of what should be done, and they used this as development. But in order to reach the communities which really have to do the main work in order to provide fair data and to really put this into practice, this took quite long. And then we had this project approach, which perhaps also created solutions which were then forgotten, and so there were was a lot of lessons learned. And I think now we are at the point where we say, okay, now we put EU node, we call this, into place, and we want that you make a stress test with this EU node and say, well, this doesn't do it for me, or this I can use, but this doesn't work, so that we really make progress there.
Thank you very much. I would now like to move to a different area, the area of solid earth science. So we have with us Lili Freda, who's the executive director of the EPOS, ERIC. So this is the European Plate Observing System. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity of presenting how EPOS is actually addressing the topic of data interoperability in a global dimension. So EPOS is an European research infrastructure for solid earth science and is enabling open use and reuse of cross-disciplinary data from, at the moment, 10 diverse thematic disciplines. I'm talking about seismology, volcanology, geodesy, geomagnetics, geology. So each of one can easily be a research infrastructure by itself, but EPOS has been designed and implemented as the only research for solid earth science in Europe. So, and that's the reason why it's the only one in the ESFRI landscape. So the data that are made accessible through EPOS are generated, are managed, so remain in 256 national research organizations distributed in 26 European countries. And the data, as I said, are accessible through services in the EPOS data portal. And the EPOS data portal has been visited in the last 2 years by thousands of users from almost 100 countries worldwide. So EPOS has a global vocation by design. It couldn't be different considering the topic of natural processes, and is actually activated since its conception, a global network of collaboration by signing a memorandum of understanding to promote the use of data on a global dimension. And the EPOS approach for data and services interoperability in a global context is multidimensional, meaning that community building, technical, legal and governance, and financial aspects are all taken into account so that all the necessary skills and competencies, and I'm talking about researchers, IT experts, policy makers, lawyers, administrators, so all these competences were actually involved since the design of the infrastructure, during its implementation, and so that means that they are now all fully engaged for an effective operation of the infrastructure. And in particular, the adoption of a bottom-up approach ensured the co-design and co-development of the whole infrastructure, including the data portal. So that means that thanks to this approach, actually open science principle implementation and fair principle implementation, it was pretty straightforward because it was a community decision since the very beginning. And at the same time, it was a community decision to implement the data portal by adopting a service-based approach that ensured that the data remain where they are generated. So we are not moving data around. The data remain where they are generated, and this not only facilitate integration and interoperability, but only facilitate collaboration at global level, because we don't need to move the data. From the governance perspective, the integration of the European research infrastructure under a common federated framework coordinated by the ERIC resulted to be very effective for us. So we are a very positive experience being an infrastructure coordinated by an ERIC, but at the same time having the domain-specific communities organized in a consortium of national research infrastructures facilitated the fair management of the data and the services, also because of facilitating the adoption of data policies and ethical policies, for example. Okay, I'll skip the financial, but we are adopting a financial model which consider many different sources. So, as I said, EPOS has a global, let's say, vocation by design, and we see all the opportunities and also the necessity of ensuring open access to data on a global scale, so to allow researchers to contribute to science on a global scale. Of course, we meet challenges while moving in a global dimension, because establishing a global community around interoperability is a long process that requires managing diverse, let's say, disparities in managing the things. So before arriving to the moment in which we agree on solutions and approach, we need to face this kind of challenge. And also global cooperation requires, of course, funds on top of what necessary for the sustainability of the research infrastructure, because again, trying to create this global network around data interoperability make us facing disparities in, for example, also technological capabilities. And I think I will finish here, and I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lily. You mentioned the MOU with European and international organizations. Now, in this context, what would you say is your main experience in promoting global collaboration?
Yeah, as Claudia was saying, signing a memorandum of understanding to promote collaboration, it might be just one of the tools. There might be others. In EPOS, this actually was a very successful tool because, as I said, EPOS is a bottom-up approach infrastructure. So also the collaboration, also the global collaboration, they are actually triggered by the communities. So are the communities that in a way are driving in which direction we go to collaborate at the global level, because we need the communities then to put in practice this collaboration. And so the Memorandum of Understanding in a way give us the legal framework, if you want, for the ERIC to coordinate these collaborations, and so the Memorandum of Understanding give us the principles, the main goal, but then what is important and what we are doing is we are connecting to this Memorandum of Understanding actual annual activity plans in which we define timelines and roadmap to do practical actions to put in practice the Memorandum of Understanding. So the Memorandum of Understanding, as I said, give us the framework for the ERIC, which is operating the infrastructure, to coordinate the collaborations. But then we have activity plans and we have the communities doing the real work to put the collaboration in practice.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll now turn to the other side and turning to fusion energy. So we have with us also Moises Weber, who's the Deputy Director of the International Fusion Irradiation Facility, the demo-oriented neutron source in Spain. Moises, please.
Sorry. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity of talking about fusion in this forum. Fusion is the energy of the stars. In the Earth, it will be a massive and continuous, intrinsically safe, sustainable, and open energy source. After 70 years of international efforts, today we can say that we have a realistic roadmap to fusion energy, as you can see in the picture in the left. This is based in dozens of research infrastructures worldwide, but now focus in two main large facilities that are ITER and Síguenos to gather all the required information to complete the design of the demonstration power plant that we call demo in the picture. Síguenos is a source of fusion-like neutrons, primarily to be used to qualify the materials that we need for the fusion reactors in the future demonstration power plant. This is the result of a global cooperation and a global programming approach. It was conceived in the 90s, and after several stages with different partners and different frameworks, but always with the same target, the construction phase of the facility started this past March. As an unprecedented neutron source, it is an opportunity for the global scientific community. Please know that next month we have the second donors users workshop to talk about all the application of the facility out of the fusion program. Síguenos has been also developed inside a global strategy for the development of the fusion energy, and its upgrades will have an impact in the fusion program. For example, the development of the immediate construction of a second accelerator, doubling the capabilities of the facility, will directly speed up the fusion program. So we also have a global approach for the post-irradiation examination of the specimens. Science, the samples after the irradiation will be distributed worldwide, also for the testing. Finally, more than 300 people around the world are working in the project, and around 30 public institutions and more than 100 companies are also deeply involved. So we have found two main challenges that could be faced by a global dimension approach. That are, the first one is achieving the expected performance during all the stages of the life cycle of the facility. The second one is being resilient enough to reach the long term. So we say, be like water, resist to preserve your essence, but don't worry about your shape. So the global strategies I see is that the first is based on people. People is the most important asset in the research infrastructure. So sharing of experts and expertise is the way to optimize training resources and also to succeeding succeeding in the first shot, avoiding mistakes. Also, a discussion in a pre-agreed framework well tailored for research infrastructures, and standard or several standards for that, will help with these both challenges. I think all turns around the common technologies we have in all the research infrastructures. So a global approach in R&D on these technologies will be also a driver for the cooperation and the development of the global dimension of our facilities. And finally, the cooperation with the industry and public-private public-private collaboration will help us to find continuity in the supporting industry. That is very important for us. So we need to ensure the capabilities and the availability of the industry to work for us when we need it. And that's all for...
Thank you. Thank you very much, Moises. On this last point on ensuring industry availability and the capabilities, and this definitely also in the longer term, how would you say that the global approach is helping to ensure that?
Yes. I think the main way to achieve this global approach is by taking advantage of common technologies, development of R&D in common technologies. One problem the industry faces when working for research infrastructures, at least in the big or large research infrastructures, is that we have a temporary time gap between the different high-intensity contracting stages. So we construct the facility with the help of a lot of industry and contracts, and later we stop for the operation. We don't need so much contribution from the industry, and later we need them for the upgrades or for another facility in similar conditions. But in the meantime, industry lose the expertise because the experts went to another project or even another company. So my proposal is that we can take a global approach to keep the industry working in the meantime, in the gap, in R&D, in common technologies. There are examples in framework contracts. For example, the European Commission has an interesting framework contract in this way for two different research infrastructures, emisiones and demo. But what I'm thinking is about imagining a framework contract for developing R&D technologies, R&D in common technologies for 30, 40 research infrastructures, and with a contract of 10, 15 years with a consortium of 30 companies working in this area. So in this way you can modulate the workload for the industry when they have much work in the construction of facilities. You don't launch specific contracts, but you can launch specific contracts in the gap between this time. So this is a way to keep the industry engaged.
Very good. Thank you very much. Let's now move to the field of bioimaging and to Antje. Antje Kepler, who's the director of Euro Bioimaging ERIC, BioHub, and also the ERIC Forum Chair. Please, Antje.
Thank you very much, and also for the opportunity. I'm talking today not about Euro Bioimaging, but global bioimaging. And global bioimaging is an international network of existing national imaging infrastructures and nationally coordinated imaging communities around the globe. Currently, we have 12 partners that have signed the Memorandum of Understanding. And the goal of Global Bioimaging, our objectives are to commonly tackle those challenges that we have at common at the imaging infrastructures, no matter if it's located in South America, Australia, or in Europe. One of the key goals is also to build capacity among the staff. So we are foremost meet and greet place for people like myself, managers of infrastructures, as well as the technical staff to exchange experience, but also to increase the visibility and make clear the impact of imaging technologies in health research and life sciences. And how do we do this? So we have concrete activities up and running since 2015. I think the most important one is our in-person meeting once per year. This year, the South Africa Bioimaging will host the Exchange of Experience conference. We have international working groups that are completely open to all imaging scientists that want to discuss commonly on a topic such as impact assessment of core facilities or career path development for technical staff working at the facilities, but also data management, commonly discussing metadata standards for image data sharing, and so on. We also have one international working group which is called How to Talk to My Funder. We have currently an up and running training program based on the available funding with travel grants available. This includes job shadowing program for the staff working at imaging facilities, open again for any person on this planet. We have international in-person training courses. This year we had several in Mexico, in Japan, in Canada, South Africa, and Europe. And we have a virtual platform where all the content of those training courses and additional content is uploaded and freely available and openly available to anyone. So these are the concrete activities. But how do we do this? Because we are a network, and maybe that's my take-home message here for you. It's mainly built on trust, friendship, enthusiasm, buy-in by the partners involved. But it's a very lean structure. The whole thing started with a grant from the European Commission in late 2015 and ran until 2018, where we kicked off with a consortium of Microscopy Australia, India Bioimaging, and Europe Bioimaging. This has been growing, as you could see. But the project finished in 2018, and there we were. But we were already that visible and strategically important to the partners that gained national funding for the imaging infrastructures because they were part of global bioimaging, that we were recognized by a private funder, the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. And they have been funding since 2020 the core team of global bioimaging. Those are 2 staff. The project still runs until the end of this year. We are currently negotiating a renewal. But again, that's a project, and we would like to become a little bit more. And again, we have become more visible and have now been recognized by another funder, the Wellcome Trust. And just a few days ago, we received the very good news that there's a new project which enables global bioimaging for the first time to provide grants for user access to imaging infrastructures to researchers coming from low and medium income countries. And these researchers can use then imaging infrastructures in their own country or travel abroad based on the Global Bioimaging Network and also participate in training courses. This is completely new, and Wellcome Trust launches a pilot with Global Bioimaging, us as a strategic partner there, and they will closely follow how the whole thing unfolds. And then we have to see where we go. And yes, with that, I would finish Global Bioimaging presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. My question actually touches a bit on the other big theme of the conference, sustainability. And of course, it's also an issue in global bioimaging. What would you say is the major limitation for the longer-term sustainability of global bioimaging?
Yeah. I touched a little bit upon this in the last slide already. I think, and what I also said last night, I think we're sometimes underestimating the framework we already have in place in the European Union, where we can talk to each other across the countries to develop structures that go beyond a national border. But the moment we go international and have something where the scientific community has a full buy-in, we have huge difficulties to set up a legal structure, a legal framework, even if it can be super light, that allows us to gain public funding to long-term to have networks like this running that do proper capacity building. I mean, we trained about 3,000 people through global bioimaging in the past years. And most of this was pro bono work by the people involved. So I think we have to consider from the European side, is there a possibility, and I think Claudia already pointed out to this, how can we better engage with countries outside European Union to become members of the ERICS, to also have this global dimension in, where the activities are already happening.
Thank you. Before we start asking questions across the panel, I think it would be very useful if we relaunch the Mentimeter, allowing you to ask panelists different questions. So you have again here the QR code, or directly entering the code. So while you're thinking of what kind of questions you would like to have answers to from, or opinions from panelists, I would like to take advantage that I still have you in the spotlight, Antje. So in your field of research, so bioimaging, if you were to mention just one of the opportunities or one of the barriers that you feel in collaborating with the research infrastructure counterparts worldwide? Just one each, what would you single out?
The opportunity is really to understand the context of the other infrastructure and also their users in which they are working. So what are the actual research questions, and what are the tools at their hands to deal with those? Because that will lead to fruitful collaboration further on. I think understanding the context, how is research actually done in Nigeria, for example, with low energy MRI. This is something that we often forget. And then the barrier is that we also often don't understand from our perspective the difficulties and barriers they have down there to talk to their funders. We underestimate this. So sometimes there is zero connection between the facilities or the universities even and their ministry. The ministry representatives have never seen a modern microscope. So to jump over that barrier, that's, quite some.
Yes. If we turn to structural biology, Claudia, what would you say is the main opportunity, the main barrier, if you want to single out one of each?
Yeah, as I was saying, if I put the example of our work with Latin America, there was a great opportunity to, in a way, see what we have done in Europe from the outside. See, our Latin American colleagues were very impressed what ESFRI has done to share. And in a way, you do a step back. You talk with somebody that's looking at you from the outside, and he gives you a vision of how things work and why things work and why we can improve. And I'm looking forward to do similar things with other stakeholders around the world, with Africa, with Australia, with other stakeholders. Then I think it's a great opportunity to open your mind of sometimes we are too close to see what we are doing, so focused to see when you see it from our external colleagues is a great experience. The barrier working with international partners is that the will to collaborate is immense. But the barriers they face many times, from bureaucratic barriers, sending a sample from the outside to Europe is not trivial, receiving is not trivial, funding is as I totally agree with what Antje was saying. We go from one bit of funding to another, and these activities are difficult to sustain. Then I will say the barriers are from the organization point of view, the legal form point of view, and from the funding point of view are the main barriers for collaboration.
Very good. If you look at the ecosystem of solid earth science, Lily, I'm looking at you, and you already talked about different global dimensions of your infrastructure. How do you see the global dimensions of your infrastructure contributing to the ecosystem's efficiency, the effectiveness, the ability to adapt also, and the resilience of the whole ecosystem. So going beyond your specific research infrastructure and looking at the global dimensions of that, how it affects the whole ecosystem of your particular research field.
Yeah, I mean, for us, we are, as I said, we are trying our best to make data open and accessible on a global scale. And of course, collaborating with other colleagues in research infrastructure, I mean, I might say something trivial, but you know, the more we share ideas and skills and competencies with people living in a context which is completely different from our context, the more we learn how to face issues and address challenges. And so this is definitely, absolutely an opportunity to become more and more resilient and adaptable to the environment which is changing. But at the same time, what we are trying to do is because we have some solution for data interoperability, we also want to share our technical solution with them. So we are actually making our code available to other people so that other colleagues can use the code that we developed and see if the code is actually adaptable to their, let's say, needs, but at the same time give us feedback, so to make us to increase and make the code better and better, because as Claudia was saying, we see things from the inside. So for us, it's perfect, it's working perfectly, everything is integrated and interoperable, but then when people look from the outside, they can see issues, and we want people to tell us that there are issues. And this is in general, and I mean, again, Claudia was saying that, okay, when people from Latin America are looking, you know, at how we integrate, and they are impressed. Also people from the USA are impressed. I can tell you, and Angie was telling the same yesterday. So they are really trying to do something that in a way in Europe we are possibly managing even better, because in Europe we deal with many different countries and cultures, so we already have a background, we already have tools on how to actually integrate among others. Something that sometimes some countries, other continents, they don't have it. And maybe just one more thing concerning barriers. So as I said, we are really making data open on a global scale. But then there are countries that suffer on technological, let's say, they don't have the right technology to even have access to the data. So this might be, let's say, a barrier when you really want to open science on a global dimension.
Yeah. Can I ask the same question to you, Moises? So in the area of fusion energy and in terms of adaptability, resilience, effectiveness of the research ecosystem that your facilities are supporting, and how your global outreach in your particular infrastructure is helping with this resilience, adaptability, effectiveness?
Yes, well, first, I think, first of all, I think we need to optimize the uses of the facility inside the global program. But once inside our facility, I think the vector is always the people. So I think we talked about that before, sharing expertise and sharing training of the people inside a global common technology sharing. I mean, all the facilities inside the fusion program, of course, and also outside the fusion programs. For example, in our case, in the accelerators community, it's a key for the improvement of the performance and all these characteristics. I want the people that is working in the development of my facility during the construction phase. I don't need to recycle them to be operators or maintenance engineers in the next phase. I prefer they go to another facility to develop again, and when I need my upgrade, they come back with the experience of several facilities to help me with more lower rate of mistake. That is what happens always when we start and we develop a facility, all the people learning at the same time. No? So this is, I think, the way.
Very good. I think this is a key question, really, because at the end of the day, we're there, the research facilities are there for the researchers, for the ecosystem of research. So maybe also from the point of view of bioimaging, what would you say, your global outreach, I mean, how does it help improve the performance of the whole research ecosystem?
Yeah, I can only echo what was just said. And in global bioimaging, the working groups are producing international recommendations where they summarize the outcomes of their international discussions, for example, on how do I assess the impact of my core facility. And these are then published and become tools for the core facilities. And they serve also for capacity building, the training courses, for example. And I think this is the most crucial part and difference that we can make. Another, I would almost call it an export product of Europe, was the launch of national communities, because they saw what we had done in Eurobioimaging, how Eurobioimaging was actually building on Spanish bioimaging, Danish bioimaging, Swedish bioimaging. And this is now copied all around the world. And it's really fantastic to see how much power these communities get, and that they are then being recognized by also the funder CZI, for example. That was a game changer for these communities. So capacity building and networking.
Very good. So as you recall from the many presentations, we heard also many recommendations from each of your perspectives. Some of them were indeed recommendations for people like us, or people at the national level, being in terms of being a policymaker or a funder. How, let me start with Volker, how would you see that taking a global approach could help increase the scope, the strength, the impact of research infrastructures in Europe?
If we look at open science, we might think, okay, we already have problems doing this on the European level. Why don't we leave the global approach for later? But I think we should see this always as an opportunity, and we shouldn't be scared by all the different dimensions. We should say, okay, where you have the 101 for sharing data and for sharing science is having similar standards and similar protocols. So there, I think institutions like the Research Data Alliance do a great job in bringing the people globally together and solving this problem. Then, of course, when one goes to the next levels, it gets increasingly more difficult. But, for example, we have this great discussion between the Latin Americans, Caribbean, and EU on open access. And I was at this workshop in May, and it's fantastic what different solutions are there and how we can learn something there. So if there's a benefit, if there's something to learn, I think we can bring this together quite easily. So pick projects or areas where one can have an idea how we go forward. On the long run, of course, also this will need infrastructures, e-infrastructures to support. But let's first work on the first aspects and work, I mean, for us as Commission and member states, work on policy alignment, exchange on what are priorities in order to see if this can come together.
Very good recommendation. Lily, same question to you from your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, what Michael was saying is in a way, it seems that this process of making data interoperable, so homogenizing, the way in which you generate data, standardize the data, it seems kind of simple. Mm-hmm. So, but it takes years. I mean, at least in EPOS, it took 20 years to arrive where we are. I mean, starting from all these different communities, and work with them since the beginning in, okay, let's see which kind of data we have, how you generated, and let's see which kind of standards you have, which kind of data formats you have, and okay, the data remain where they are, but let's work on services in order to make all this data accessible. And so when you move global, this is even, let's say, is amplified. And so in a way, what we expect from policymakers or funding agencies is to really think global. So when thinking about plans, strategies, and budget, really think about programs that are dedicated to global collaboration, because these cannot be just on the shoulder of the research infrastructure. So it has to be something that it really arrives on top as a support on what the research infrastructure are doing, because it's a lot of work, it's a lot of extra work. We are all passionate, a lot passionate, so we are all ready to work with our colleagues, but it's a long process. It's a really long process. And we cannot do it subtracting resources at the, let's say, sustainability of the research infrastructure we are operating. So it has to be an opportunity.
Yep. Good. Moises, maybe the same question to you.
Yes, I fully agree with you both, because this is I will add the framework. I think we need to work in the framework to allow us to share experts, our professionals, to share information, intellectual property, and also to ease the way in which we organize the different programs and projects. I think the framework is very limiting when we are, usually we have local solutions for almost everything because we continue working, but a global approach for this kind of frameworks, and even better if they are pre-approved, framework that is already discussed, and you can take advantage of them without complete all the chain of decisions each time would be a good approach.
Very good. I think it's time that we open the Mentimeter to see what kind of questions have come in, starting with the top voted question. We have some time to go through them, and I hope it will be displayed for all of us to have a look. Or I can look at my phone.
We can decide what is
That's what is needed to make and we can just
yes,
extrapolate.
I'm sure the technicians are working on it so that we can have it displayed in the proper format. Could I get a signal from the technicians if this is coming up? It's coming up in 5 seconds. 4, 3.
There we go.
Okay. Right. What is needed to make the ERIC framework more attractive for international partners to join? A key question these days. It's supposed to be a question for panelists. So from your perspective...
I can give my perspective.
Please, Claudia.
Then the problem is sometimes we don't know what we are offering. And it's difficult to interact with partners if we don't know exactly what we are offering. ERIC membership, in theory, in our statutes, we could have ERIC members from outside of Europe. But that has a lot of challenges and issues to see, and maybe does know exactly what our international collaborators want. Then, for example, have something as associate ERIC members, where the international partners have certain rights and certain responsibilities, but no full membership, could be of more interest to our international partners. But until we are sure how that works with the ERIC regulation, we cannot bring them up. Then I think sometimes we lack of clarity ourselves to be able to attract the international partners. The interest is there to collaborate for sure, but we need to be very clear first ourselves what we can offer and what is of interest to Europe before we are really attractive to the outside world in our explanations. I feel we lack clarity many times, and that is not a good position to be. They are definitely interested in our services and in collaboration and in capacity building, how we were talking, and in networking. All of those things are happening, and we are making it work with different instruments, memorandum of understanding and other instruments. But I believe that it will be an attractive once we are clear in what exactly are we offering.
Yes, indeed. I mean, we issued the ERIC report in mid-August, and if you like, there are 4 categories of issues, and engaging with international partners is one of them. So it's something that we have signaled now in the ERIC report, and we need now to hear how best to take it forward. So to understand better how to take it forward, any other panelists who would like to comment? Antje?
Maybe to continue on the clarity, I think we also have to make clear to ourselves that there are 2 different modes. There's the one that you just described, where external partners might want to join the ERIC, but then I also think, like in global bioimaging, Eurobioimaging is just one partner among 12. So they have joined a network. And I think this is also something that we have to elaborate, how ERICs can join something out there when we are owned by 14 member states, which doesn't make it super trivial. So that's another perspective to maybe also approach international collaboration.
Very good. Very good.
Maybe,
Lily?
yeah, because in EPOS, we also are facing these, let's say, how we can actually really interact with these partners. And it's not trivial to have it as a member in the ERIC. And so, as I was mentioned before, in EPOS, we also have consortia of the diverse disciplines. And so a way we are experimenting now is actually to have members from outside Europe to join the consortia, which is not a binding, a real binding, let's say, collaboration. And so while these members join the consortia, they learn from the inside what we do, how we do it, what does it mean to be part of an ERIC. And so maybe together we become more clear on what we do, what we can offer, what do they expect. So this I mean, we are, let's say, adopting this temporary solution while having, let's say, more concrete answers possibly.
Very good. We heard from the 3 ERICs in the panel, so I think we move to the next question. So, how and when will ERSC be a meaningful support to research infrastructures? Will it be able to take over the access services to data which are currently provided by research infrastructures themselves? Maybe Volker, you would go first on this one?
Yours is already very meaningful for research infrastructure. No, serious. So, it depends what your research infrastructure needs. Some research infrastructures don't need access services provided. Then we can easily integrate that. If you need this kind of services, we can talk about this and we can make this happen. This is what I said. We need this interaction with you to know what are your needs, and then we can provide this. The key word is always federation. We want as much as possible integrate or federate what you have developed. We don't want to change the way you are working. We want to enable new possibilities by sharing what you have been doing. And if this entails that you need support and access services, then we can talk about that.
From the point of view of research infrastructures, Moises?
Well, okay, for us, our main problem is that we are generating the data in different institutes, and in principle, all the data inside the program from the partners will be part of the agreement. So it's a different approach. The sharing of that later is also under discussion, but we'll need to advance on intellectual property of the result, because this is a facility built with in-kind contributions all the life cycle, so it's a different approach.
But as we always say, it's as open as possible, as closed as necessary. So if parts shouldn't be shared, or parts should be only accessible to some, that's of course that's part of what EOS wants to do.
I feel that whoever wrote this question is one of my people, I think. And then I feel obliged to give support to the question. And our infrastructure is a distributed infrastructure. And we have very different situations in our different centers. But a researcher can obtain a data, and the size of our data is considerable. Each electron micrograph is a huge amount of data. And some of our centers cannot keep it. And our users cannot keep it. Then we need somewhere to put this safer. And when we tell people they have the obligation to fair data, but we cannot make users, give them the obligation to fair data if we don't give them the tools to have the data in a place where it can be shared. Then it's not it's not that the researcher doesn't want to share. The researcher cannot share without support. Then we are really hopeful that EOS can be the support we need to make fair data a reality. Not something we shall say, but something that actually happened. But we cannot blame the researchers for not sharing their data if we are not giving them the tools to be able to share their data. Then if they don't do it, we can say, hey, you didn't do it. But at the moment, we cannot do that.
Yes, as I said, open science needs e-infrastructures, that's clear. The EOS is not going to put a huge data center somewhere in Brussels and then we can all use that. That's not going to happen. So we have to work out how do we do this on the national level, because it's also a national level question. So first, I would invite you to reflect how could we do this on the national level. Then we take this to the next level. And we have mechanisms. We start talking about the long tail of science and so on. The large mass of data, we will have to find solutions in the countries and in the research infrastructures. This is not going to go away, this problem.
Very good.
Yeah. Just 1 second, because it's exactly. I mean, you keep the data where they are if you can, and you make fair and accessible where they are. So this is the solution. So this is at least our approach. So I'm very glad to hear that we can actually interact on a different level. What Claudia needs is possibly something different from what I need. So let's see case by case.
Very good. Let's move to the next question. So currently it seems that our global environment is narrowing instead of widening. How can research infrastructures best cope with the recent changes for science diplomacy? How can we keep doors open? I suggest that we take this question to the next session, which I think is more focused on that. I'm looking at Inma, who is chairing the session, unless you want us to take it here, which I'm sure panelists have an opinion about, but probably best tackled in the next session. I see Inma nodding. So if we can take the next one. What are your experiences concerning efforts toward concerted funding mechanisms, concerted calls across continents that are curricular for any substantive collaboration? So this touches, of course, also a bit on what was the focus on the panel yesterday, but I think it's also very relevant here, talking about a global approach, global dimensions. Who would like to have a go on this one?
Well, I think this is the approach we propose, and this is the way to to work in a global way. Inside Europe, we have mechanisms for working together with funding for working together, but a global approach, including other powers on other countries, will help us to all of this kind of development because, for example, in our case, we have now advanced discussions with countries outside Europe to collaborate in the project, but we have to go to outside frameworks, and we are discussing with the umbrella of the European Union. So it's a direct framework for collaboration. Of course, agreed framework for collaboration will help.
Antje, first.
Yeah, sorry.
Maybe a repetition of what I said before. I think what we can see is if the countries are willing in the international sphere to contribute in kind, that already buys us 80–90% of what is needed for the global collaboration. But what we also see in the ERIC field is the 5% remaining for the coordination efforts. No one wants to pick that bill. And that's the same everywhere. And I think this is what we have to talk about, what could happen as a concerted effort at the international level.
Yeah. Claudia?
I want to tell you about this project called RI Hubs, which Jose Maria Carazo here in the audience coordinates, which is one of these projects that has allowed us to coordinate the work between Latin America and Europe. And it has, through our experience opening our infrastructure to the world, it's clear that sometimes the individual researcher is not ready to use our infrastructure. He needs intermediate steps that allow the sample to be ready. They allow to, and the idea in this collaboration came up of these regional hubs that will allow be an intermediate between the researcher in different regions and the European infrastructure, or even their own big infrastructures. And we have set up this project with the support of many member countries. This is not European funding, it's member countries, that is allowing us to do capacity building, that is allowing us to work towards these regional hubs. And I catch him at lunchtime and ask him more about it, but totally agree with Antje is saying. The little funding for coordination at the ERIC level, it was not there, then is an issue. It's an issue for European organizations where the member states funds their own activities in this framework, but not the coordination at the ERIC level. Then a great news, a great project, but that 5% will be really useful.
Very good. I think we have time for at least one more question. Yes, it touches a bit also on the next session, but let's take it anyway. What about European technological sovereignty and competition with other global areas? Who would you touched a bit on industry, so yes, Moises?
It's a difficult question because but open in mind, we are now in really competition with diseases, climate change, natural disasters, so collaboration outside our frontiers with other powers is not necessarily against the sovereignty of our capabilities as a power. I think we can find the mechanisms to collaborate without, we talked before about intellectual property, and so we can collaborate without being in a worse position in the competition. I mean, if we are in the first place, I don't mind if we are with more people in the first place.
Claudia?
I think in our case, all our open access, funded open access, the researchers are supposed to publish the result. That is the basis of our access in Instruct. What mean either in Europe or global users, if they're going to use our infrastructure in an open way, they are supposed to publish the results. There's always been a sort of argument in between, okay, you want all of the results to be open, but you also want innovation. Sometimes those two things can go against each other. And that is not different in the European context and in the global context. And this is something that we need to discuss. For example, give the researchers a time where they can use the result before they are shared openly, or is something that needs to be discussed very, very seriously, because we cannot ask both things at the same time. If they are going to open and publish everything publicly, then to be able to go and use it in a proprietary way at the same time is a complication. It's not a new complication, and I don't think it changes a lot in between the European context or the global context.
Very good. So I'm happy we took this question also because it bridges also into the panel of this afternoon. But before we get there, I would like to have a 1 minute wrap-up sentence from each of you answering the question, if you have to give one advice to research infrastructures in how to strengthen their global dimension, what would it be? Claudia?
Go for it will be definitely it has been an enriching activity to go outside Europe to the global activities, and it has improved their activities and our activities. Then go with enthusiasm, and I think that will be my main advice.
Volker?
Research is global, so research infrastructures should aim at global.
Lili?
I would say bottom-up approach. I think if you want to go global, you need the community, all the community to be committed to go global. So yesterday a colleague was saying that the bottom-up approach is up to a level, then we need a step ahead. I say let's have all together committed since the beginning, including the policymakers. So really a bottom-up approach from all, let's say, competencies, if we really want to be global.
Good. Moises?
Yes, okay. I think when solving your local problems, don't think in what you need, only what you need, but think also what you can do with your capabilities and resources, and who could find that useful in a global approach.
Antje?
I think as infrastructures, we absolutely have the responsibility to think global, to work together. For me, there are no borders in science.
Absolutely. So with this, I would like to invite everyone to join me for an applause of our 5 excellent panelists.
Thank you for such an interesting talk. So this will be all for our first part of today's conference. I just wanted to remind you 2 things. One of them is that we're having a cocktail lunch, same place we went to yesterday. Down there, our staff will guide you if you have any doubts. Don't hesitate of looking at the poster exhibition if you haven't done so yet. And one more thing, our hosts here at the EACTech are opening their labs for visit if anyone is interested. If so, they want us to meet them right over there at the other door at around 2 p.m. 2:05 for anyone who's interested on visiting the lab. Enjoy the break. See you later. Thank you.
país anfitrión de
Hola. Welcome back. Buenas tardes. Welcome to the last session, last fraction of our two-day high-level conference. We are continuing with the global dimension of research infrastructures, and we now are moving to the part referred to international cooperation of research infrastructures in a changing context. Please give a warm welcome to the chair of this roundtable, Inmaculada Figueroa, Deputy Director General for Internationalization of Science and Innovation in the Spanish Ministry of Science and Innovation. Hola, ¿qué tal? Bienvenida. Let's also welcome the roundtable's participants, Martin Penny, Carthage Smith, Rolf Hauer, Claudia Romano, and Sabina Guailupo. Enjoy the conference. Thank you.
The four, and you joined the first, Martin.
Okay.
Carthage and
balance.
That's completely gender.
Okay, so
gender balance.
thank you for inviting me to be here in this session. We are very happy to have the opportunity to be with you in this big event of the research infrastructures under the presidency of the Council of Spain. We are going to have, after the previous session, we are going to have the opportunity to continue talking about global aspects related with research infrastructures. In this case, we are going to address these topics in a different approach. In this session, we will discuss on how research infrastructures, through a strategic approach, contribute to addressing the Union's policy and are key elements for international cooperation. In recent years, the global context for international cooperation on research and innovation has undergone major changes. It is clear that the geopolitical environment is dominated by growing tensions that are affecting humans and rights, and also all the fundamental European values. This also that affects also to research. While the European Union continued with its aspiration to promote international cooperation, it is also needed to ensure research security. How? By the application of principles and best practices to safeguard international science while mitigating the risks that, and to keep the integrity of the open collaborative environment in research. The session that we open now will provide us an opportunity to discuss on topics related on that. And then we are going to have opportunity to discuss about how the current sociopolitical scenario affects international cooperation and in research in general, but in particular to research infrastructures. Also, how to underpin this global collaboration based on the preservation of the European values and principles for research and innovation. We will also discuss on the international cooperation on research infrastructures, considering them as a driver for the science diplomacy. We will have opportunity to discuss about the international programs with this purpose. Research infrastructures serve to facilitate international research cooperation and also to strengthen European research in a global approach. We know, and we have had opportunity in the session before. In this sense, we are going to discuss also the role of the research infrastructures in supporting as a support tool for the bi-regional collaboration of the European Union with third regions that are important for the European Union. And how to establish how through the research infrastructure we can also establish this dialogue, political dialogue that is required to maintain this collaboration. In particular, we want to showcase, as was mentioned this morning by Isabel, the important case of the collaboration of the European Union with the Community of States of Latin America and the Caribbean region. We are going to have opportunity to present how this bi-regional collaboration is established through the different managing, and also we will conclude with the presentation of the lesson learned from the EULAC ResInfra project that has been mentioned today also by Claudia, on the importance on how this project, this kind of project, helps us to create this stable and trusting environment that is necessary to build this collaboration, and how research infrastructure are important tools on this target. With this, I will give the floor to my speakers in this session. And the first one is Martin Penny. Martin is the head of unit for international cooperation policy at European Commission, and he is going to address us the reviews in relation with guidelines for international cooperation on research infrastructures. The floor is yours, Martin.
Thank you very much, and first of all, thanks very much to the presidency for organising this conference and the invitation, and thank you, Inma, for your moderation of this session. What I would like to do this morning is, this afternoon, is to give you a flavour of the global approach, which is the EU's strategy for research and innovation. Looking around the audience, I know that many of you are familiar with it already, but let me give you a flavour of it and perhaps some new dimensions of it which may be less familiar to you. As you probably know, this is a communication which the Commission issued in April of 2021 and sets out a strategic framework for the way in which we collaborate internationally with our global partners in all areas of research and innovation. As Inma said in her introduction, it was necessary to revise this approach given the changing geopolitical situation that we find ourselves in. There are 5 main priorities within this strategy. First of all, committing to openness in international cooperation, with the proviso that we say we're as open as possible and as closed as necessary. And what we didn't predict was that we would use this quite so strongly not so long after the adoption of the communication, following the 5th round of sanctions against Russia, following the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia, which allowed us the basis to stop all ongoing cooperation with Russian public entities. And of course, right now we see an increased focus on economic security, which I guess something Carthage will touch on as well. Second aspect is this strengthening multilateral alliances. You're very familiar with them in areas like health, energy, oceans, biodiversity, climate science, and so on. And a big focus as the third point on the green, digital, health, and innovation challenges, which you know when you're applying for funding from the EU, this is a big focus of the framework program. We then have key ways of modulating our cooperation with third countries and regions based on mutual benefits and EU interests. And many of you are involved in setting the roadmaps, carrying out dialogues with key partner countries and regions. And to give an example, with Latin America and the Caribbean, we have a dialogue meeting tomorrow of our research working group in research infrastructures, which some of the members are on the panel today, and some of you in the audience will also be attending. And the final part of it is to pursue a level playing field. It's part of this keeping the cooperation as open as possible and as closed as necessary, which should be based on shared principles and values, agreed framework conditions and reciprocity. And so I'd just like to focus on the last of these in particular, this idea of a level playing field based on shared values and principles. And the global approach called for an open dialogue on the principles and values underpinning research innovation cooperation, bringing together the member states of the EU and the countries that we have international agreements with, to discuss the similarities, the differences, and the challenges in how these principles and values are implemented, realizing that a greater understanding, sharing of best practice, and mutual learning will facilitate the way in which we can formulate policy, work together, and also allow our researchers to work together with the confidence that the principles and values are shared and applied in the same way. Let me just underline, I'm not talking about EU values here. These are principles and values like academic freedom, open science, research excellence, gender equality and inclusiveness, research security, that are the values which underpin the way in which research is done, the way in which researchers carry out their research, and the way in which the research system itself works. And many of these principles and values are discussed already either individually or in in bilateral partnerships and bilateral discussions by many of our member states with their key partners. We also do it at the EU level with key partners. They're also discussed in global fora. For example, the UNESCO, very active in the area of open science. We'll hear about the OECD and research security in that respect. But what we try to do is to bring together all of those principles and values in one forum and involving a broader range of countries. We launched the dialogue in July of last year, following a ministerial discussion in Marseille, which was originally intended to be a discussion involving both EU and international ministers. Unfortunately, that conference took place just a couple of weeks after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And at that point, the French presidency viewed that it was more appropriate to have a discussion just involving EU ministers so they could address the immediate issues on our doorstep rather than looking at the broader discussion. But that notwithstanding, we've launched the dialogue. 5 workshops have taken place so far, involving countries from the member states and the countries that we have international agreements with, also bringing in UNESCO, the OECD, and the International Science Council. And the idea is that in February of next year, we will hold the ministerial meeting that we had originally planned under the Belgian presidency to give much more momentum and emphasis to this dialogue. Looking at the time, Inma, I will stop there.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Martin. Please, the second speaker, our second speaker is Curtis Smith. He is the head of the Global Science Forum at OECD, and he is going to address the views in relation with the integrity and security in the global research ecosystem.
Thanks. So I'll just very quickly sort of introduce this topic, and I expect that given what happened in the last session, there may be lots of questions, so we'll try and save the maximum amount of time for the questions. So what is research security? It's about preventing undesirable foreign state or non-state interference with research. It used to be, I think it's well known in the technology area, but what we find is now it's very difficult to separate what we call pre-competitive and competitive research in fields like quantum, for example. And so it's really now it's about information leakage as well as technology, knowledge around technology. And we need to look after research security to protect the integrity of the whole research system. And that's why it's important. From a scientific perspective, if we want a trusted global system, then we have to think about research security. In practice, what are we talking about? There's a list of issues here. So it's theft of data, samples, and know-how. A lot of the issues are linked with mobility, personal mobility, and individuals. Deceptive practices, hiding affiliations, having satellite labs. Now, many of these things are actually, people do them anyway. So people don't declare affiliations because they think it'll be problematic and it'll delay their visa. So it's not just about being honest or dishonest. There are many reasons that drive people to hide affiliations and things. It's about coercion in the types of research that are done or not done, or what can be published or not published, what certain countries will allow you to research and where. It also affects the peer review process, security around the review process, where we're all using international reviewers. There are cases well established of breaches of confidentiality, stealing of material in proposals by other researchers. And it also relates to cybersecurity, which I'm sure for many of you is a familiar issue. I won't say a lot about cybersecurity, except to say that public research institutions, universities and research infrastructures are very open to cyber attacks because they are international, because they work with an open ethos and they are designed to share. And so cybersecurity is a really important issue. There's a lot done around public institutions, governments, and cybersecurity that is applicable very much to research infrastructures as well. So the challenge is how do we mitigate the security risks? And some of them are, we have to be honest about this, a lot of it is about economic interest. It's not just about military security, it's about economic competition. So how do we mitigate those risks whilst we preserve the things that we value in science, that we've heard a lot about at this meeting, the global practice of science, the need for that, and academic freedom in that context. And the next slide has disappeared. Is there another slide? Right, so what the next slide was going to show was how does this actually apply for research infrastructures? So what are the issues for you as research infrastructures to make this real? And there were a list of questions. So they were things like, do you really know your partners? Do you do due diligence when you recruit people from overseas for your research infrastructures? Are there any areas that you work on that you know are sensitive, and what are you doing about them? Do you have embedded processes for risk assessment within your research infrastructure? And 2 or 3 other questions that I can't remember because I haven't got the slides. But basically, to say that research security is a real issue for you. It raises new questions. And there's a tendency, it reminds me a little bit about the early discussions around research integrity. Everyone said, yeah, there are cases of cheating, but that doesn't affect us. And then suddenly everyone realized that there was cheating everywhere, and it was a real issue that affected everyone. Security is the same. It's a real issue, and we need to get to grips with it. If we don't, then other parts, other ministries, other policymakers within our governments will take the lead, and they will impose regulations that are not conducive to international cooperation and openness. And so it's a serious issue that we can't just bury our heads. We really need to think about it. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kartesh. Sorry for missing this last slide. Now the time is for Rolf Hoyer. Rolf is former third Director General and is the President of the SAM Council.
Thank you, Inma. And you might not be surprised that I try to touch on these 2 facilities, CERN and Sesame, because they are very similar, but they are slightly different. CERN was founded in 1954, shortly after the Second World War, to enable construction of a facility for, at that time, nuclear and now particle physics research beyond the means of individual members. Second is to foster cooperation between peoples recently in conflict. And it worked very well within Europe for many years. And since 2010, CERN is going beyond European borders. We now have in CERN 23 members and 10 associate members. Some of them are from beyond Europe. And if you find time, look into the convention of CERN, how well it is written so that you can make this change from Europe to global. Sesame was inaugurated 2017, and it took 20 years of coming from a dream to reality. And now you see, enable construction of a facility for a broad range of scientific research beyond the means of the individual members. And to foster cooperation between people and the members are Cyprus, Egypt, Iran, Israel, Jordan, Pakistan, Palestine, and Turkey. It is a very interesting mixture. And we have now, today is the signature of the application, and the associate member Iraq. So we are growing at Sesame in a changing world. And both are excellent examples of science, excellent science, and bridging cultures. And the Sesame story is, I must say, really a special situation in history. I don't know of any other facility where a single facility receives so much support from sister organizations and observers, for example, also from the EU. I must say, frankly speaking, Sesame could not run without the European Commission's funding of, as you see on the left-hand top side, of the solar power plant. And you heard this morning, Sesame is completely carbon neutral because we have this power plant. This is just fantastic. And many others have contributed. For example, Germany, where they transport here on the vessel some parts of the Bessie 1 synchrotron towards Jordan. And when you look on the right-hand side, there is Sesame in the middle, and it receives support from many, many different facilities around the world. On the top, you have the advanced photon source from the US. On the right bottom, you have the Canadian light source. On the, I think it's on the right top, you have the Stanford light source. So you have the US, you have Canada, and you have essentially whole Europe. All of LEAPS is supporting Sesame. And again, I must say, without this international support, a facility in such a country with such members could not survive. So Sesame, okay, it's great. Now, it's an example for an international research infrastructure. And there are some key aspects and some lessons learned. The first one, of course, is scientific excellence. It's clear. And the second is, for such a region, diversity in research is absolutely vital. But what is very important is an open atmosphere, as we also just have heard. It is the ownership by the region, by the members. You cannot go there as Europe and say, okay, build a facility like this. You have to have the buy-in of the people there, of the researchers there, and of the governments. And it helps to build community. It helps to train people. We heard this morning, we heard yesterday, we are missing people, we are missing experts, we are missing talents. This is a talent pool, and we should use it. I mean, for Sesame, it's a problem, because Sesame trains people, and then they go away. And we have problems to get them back again. But it's a fantastic pool which you can use, and which one should use. And what is needed is a commitment by all partners, and of course, financial stability in a changing world. And what is the most important here for such a facility in that part of the world is the international support, which is sustained, which is long-term, because only then it can flourish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rolf. Very interesting. So after the three initial talks, we move to showcase the case of the collaboration between the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean region. The next speaker is Claudia Romano. She's manager of the Uruguayan International Cooperation Agency, AUCI, and she is going to present us the best practices in international cooperation on research infrastructure, in particular the case of the USELAC Joint Initiative Research Initiative on Working Group on Research and Innovation. Please, Claudia.
I would like to thank the Spanish President and in particular the Minister of Innovation and Science and Innovation. I want to highlight the support that Inmaculada Figueroa and the commitment, personal commitment, have with our region. For us, it's very important your support, your constant support that we have in all of this year. For the Latin American and Caribbean country, this is a key opportunity to share with you how was our relationship with the European Commission through the CELAC-UE, the Latin American and Caribbean and UE Working Group. As you can see, in the senior official meeting, is the SOM, is the highest space that all the ministers of the European country and the Latin American country and other work together and make a roadmap. They have a very strong roadmap, and we have the SHIRI, the Joint Initiative Research and Innovation, have 4 pillars. One of these is global challenges, that involve open science, and today was the other panel was talking about it, and international property, the mobility that involve the change, the necessary check that both regions have to have, the innovation that involve biodiversity, climate change, and health, and other specific areas that we are working on. And the 4 pillars is research infrastructure. The CELAC working group. The CELAC working group was created in 2017 and involved all the Latin American country and have a structure. One co-chair is from the European Commission, Marty Penny, who has support for a lot of time in a very commitment to with our region. And the other side, we have a co-chair from Latin American. That's called Fernando Amestoy, that is the ex-director of the scientific polo of Pando, who is in Uruguay. All of this space have 3 special objectives, 3 special main activities, special focus. The first one is ensure the bi-regional cooperation between, if we are talking about the global dimension, it's very important, it's crucial to talk about the exchange between both regions. The second is exchange the best practices. For that, we are mapping our principal research infrastructure in Latin American and the Caribbean country, but both the same is in the European countries. And trying to have a mapping, especially with the support of the Resinfra project. We have a digital mapping, and you can see all the infrastructure, what are the budget, what are the international relations, what are the agreements, that memorandum of understanding, and you can see the potential that the infrastructure can have. And the third, of course, we define the priority areas, because you can't work together all the areas at the same time. And then we define 5 principal areas to work together. Since it was created, as I said, in 2017, and we had meeting in 11 occasions, the coordination between Latin American and Caribbean countries and the European country. Still, we meet during the pandemic time. It was very important. What is important to highlight that we have previously, and we have the European and Latin American meeting, have an internal intralac meeting to define and to have a common position to work in easier format. I don't know, to select and to work together. What are the main achievements? We work in a different working group, intra-working group, in health, biodiversity, climate change, security, food security. For 1 year, interchange, not only at the political level, information and best practice with the manager of the infrastructure and the technician, and with the researcher too. This is very important because we have a big space to change the information. The other thing that is important to highlight is the webinars that we made. The third important point that I want to share with you is the study visit, because we consider that the infrastructure have to build trust. Then for that, it's very important that join the infrastructure and stay together, know each other. Me pasé un poquito con el tiempo, pero un minutito más. Soy latinoamericana, los europeos fueron muy correctos. Entonces, bueno, un minuto nada más. Entonces, that is very important, because when the people know each other, the people build trust, and they can, if you want to work in global dimension, the trust, the confidence, trying to to create a common community is very important. You don't want to work with someone who you don't have a specific, you don't have feeling, you don't have the main objective. For that is very important. Finally, what are the lessons learned? A lot of course, 7 years working together, we have to learn something, obviously. But the most important is that it's very important to work together. The Latin American region and the European region is not homogeneous. We have a lot of asymmetries. Intra-Latin American, we can find a different support of the infrastructure, budget, capacity, or whatever. But this is very important because we are trying to work in hubs. What this means, perhaps in Latin America, is very strong in biodiversity. We have 8 countries that are very important in forests. Perhaps other area that we can share is on health. We have the Institut Pasteur in Uruguay, and we have the Fiocruz in Brazil, and we can share our researcher in vaccine, ¿cómo se dice? And the same is in the astronomic. We have the astronomic in Chile. It's very, we are trying to work together with astronomic research infrastructure here. And, okay, finally, it's very important to the political support to go on, because not only at the declaration, it's necessary that the declaration can reflect in the policies, in the priority, in the action plan that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudia.
Muchas gracias. Obrigado.
So we conclude with our last speaker. Our last speaker is Sabina Guailupo. She is the director of the Latin American and Caribbean office at the Fundación for Science and Technology in Spain. And she's also the EULAC Resinfra project program manager. So Sabina is going to present us her views about the EULAC regional cooperation in research infrastructures, lessons learned and best practices.
Okay, thank you, Immaculada, and thank you for the conference for giving me this opportunity to present the EULAC Resinfra project, which has been mentioned in previous session. EULAC Resinfra project, Resinfra in short, is a policy coordination and support action funded by the European Framework Program H 2020. It started on December 2019 and ended on February 2023. The main objective of the project was to enhance the regional collaboration between Europe and Latin America in research infrastructures. This is the definition, the contractual definition, the administrative definition. But I would like to present the project as well as a kind of last change link between the strategy and the real world. This is why I put in my slide from strategy to the practice. Because if we come back to the declaration started in the EU-CELAC summit that took place in Madrid in 2010, when the first time the necessity or the willingness to create a EU-CELAC common knowledge area was stated, from them, or since then, a lot of action plans, initiatives, instruments have been established. For example, the Joint Initiative for Research and Innovation, the GD-SOM Senior Official Meeting, the GD-SOM supported the Working Group on Research Infrastructure, and finally, we found the project, the Resinfra project, which tried to support not only the activities should be done by the working group on research infrastructures, but support or help the working group to achieve or to comply with its political mandate, which is, on the one hand, establish a mechanism to exchange information between Europe and Latin America devoted or related to policies and priorities in research innovation, in research infrastructures, and on the other hand, try to define a list or a map of research infrastructure from Latin American and Caribbean countries eligible for this bi-regional collaboration. In this sense, I wanted to present the lesson learned from the ResInfra project, because not only supported the working group, for example, co-organizing the workshop mentioned by Claudia and the seminars in order to define the different areas, priority areas for the bi-regional collaboration, but as well putting or sitting at the same tables political policy makers, decision makers, and the researchers, and the research infrastructures. In this sense, the ResInfra project, as I previously said, tried to support the working group, not only defining the list of research infrastructure, etc., but proving as well not only the necessity or the convenience, but the feasibility of this collaboration, of this bi-regional collaboration between Europe and Latin America. And this feasibility has been proved developing the 4 pilots selected in the project. 4 pilots that were selected, taking into account the 4 priority areas defined by the working group for this bi-regional collaboration. You can see in the slide, the pilots led by Instruct Eric in the area of structural biology, LifeWatch in the area of biodiversity and ecosystem, Eris in the field of cultural heritage, and finally, recap, the Red Iberoamericana of Computación de Altas Prestaciones, high performance computing in the area of high performance computing. In this sense, all the activities carried out by the project has been vested in the main outputs of the project, which is the sustainability plan. A 5-year sustainability plan, because I heard yesterday the talk from Carlo Risuto, which he talked about sustainability, the definition of sustainability, and said a 10-year sustainability. In the context of the bi-regional collaboration, especially with Latin American country, we can say that 5 years is good enough. It's good enough because this is a real changing context. As I said, the sustainability plan gather or the lesson learned from the project in order to not establish, but not establish only a framework of collaboration, but a stable framework of collaboration. In this case, just I would like to mention the 4 topics that we define in the sustainability plan that has been mentioned in different sessions in this conference. The political dimension, the visibility, the need of increase the visibility and communication, not only between research infrastructure from both regions, but between the policy makers and the researchers, the decision makers and the research infrastructures, the support, not only funding, not only financial support, but for example, yesterday we talked about professional careers, path careers, etc. And final, the needed of carry out practical experience, such, for example, the pilot developed in the project. So this is my first talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabina. Thank you very much, all of you. So now I will ask to open the Mentimeter for having the participation of all of you in the following part of the session. So please, the QR is going to be projected, and please start to prepare questions for our speakers. In between, I will like to take the opportunity to launch some of these questions. So, for instance, starting with Martin again, what is the connection of the research infrastructure to the broader international dialogue on values and principles in research and innovation?
Thanks, Inma. I'll make 4 quick points for that. Firstly, the dialogue spans the globe, brings together over 60 countries in the same room, interested to learn from each other and see how others think about these principles and values and how they tackle challenges in their implementation. Secondly, I think the topics covered in the dialogue are the core business of research infrastructures, such as access to data and publications, research security, scientific excellence, intellectual property management, knowledge valorization, partnerships with low and middle income countries, and also how to consider these when working with international partners. I should say that many of the attendees at these workshops come from research infrastructures. They're nominated by the countries themselves because research infrastructures, by their very nature and design, their funding, are international in perspective. And also the participants from research infrastructures bring very practical and real-life experiential examples of how these principles and values are managed in an international context. I should say, actually, in addition to the countries which nominate people, we also open to stakeholder organizations, and one of those is the ERIC Forum itself, who's invited to send representatives. And finally, I think we'd just like to encourage more voices and contributions for research infrastructures and ask you to channel your views, your ideas on the dialogue and the implementation of these principles and values through your stakeholder groups and also to your national representatives in the body.
Thank you, Martin. I am going to continue with some questions, in this case for Kartic. What can research infrastructure do to strengthen research security without inhibiting international cooperation?
Yeah, so I think the first thing is being aware, accepting that research security is an issue for you and your infrastructure. And then in a group like this, there's a lot of mutual learning across infrastructures. Some of you will already have had cases of breaches of security. And I think it's important to share those with colleagues, to have discussions about them, to learn from each other how you dealt with them. So at a very practical level, there's those issues. I think then there's also an important issue of engaging with other communities, engaging with the security people. There's a goal for science ministries in engaging with other ministries. Every ministry has some concerns about security. Most of them do not appreciate that science has to be international and why academic freedom is so important. And so there needs to be an exchange there and a common understanding. And again, infrastructures can play a role in that in different contexts. So, yeah, I would leave those 2 points. In our report, in fact, there are many other examples of what can be done.
Thank you very much. We have discussed about crisis, and I would like to know from you, from Rolf, how do you see the example of CERN and CESAM in response to this crisis? How are the lessons learned from them?
Well, first of all, there are always crises within the institute. The political ones are, let's say, the easier ones, because you have to be extremely strict and leave politics outside the discussion. As soon as you allow political aspects or cultural aspects enter the discussion, you have lost. So you have to be very firm to leave it out. And we have managed that at Sesame, and we have managed that at CERN. The more problematic ones are the financial crises. And in order to cope with a financial crisis, you get a very bad carbon footprint as a DG, because you fly very often to different countries in order to discuss. And the main thing is you have to communicate. You have to communicate in a slightly strict, but also flexible way with the different proponents who want, for example, to reduce the contribution or whatever. And it takes time. You have to talk, you have to build a personal relationship with your counterpart in the ministries. And yeah, then you are successful.
Okay, thank you. We are going to continue with the question. I don't know if we have already some questions in the Mentimeter. If you have, you can project it for us. For Claudia, how the bi-regional collaboration in the framework of the European Union and CELAC countries on research infrastructure can continue contributing to the joint initiative on research and innovation and addressing the call that we received from the senior official meetings held in the past month in Brussels.
Brussels, yes. It's very important that we can show the impact that when we work with the infrastructure, in research infrastructure, because it's very, at the political level, it's necessary to know, and we have to support to the political and technical dialogue, because I think we have to build a new type of conversation between both aspects. It's very important. First of all, we have to have the space. It was very important that at political level, the main measure, the president of our republic, recognized the importance at the senior official meeting. But if we have the main challenge is show the impact that the working group have in this year. Second, have a special approach, multi-stakeholder approach, the political, the researcher, the manager of the infrastructure. The third, show at the political level how can help to the roadmap, political roadmap, and the necessity to invest more, not only money, and budget is necessary too, of course, but it's necessary to invest and middle and long term in the research infrastructure. And the last one is try to involve more countries, more actively the countries, because the countries, the authority go to the sum or go make a very good declaration, but it's necessary that involve most of the country, in Latin American country, but in European countries too, and work together and make synergy with the different international institutions, the different programs, the different projects and different actions. We have to make necessary synergy and have to obtain more impact for the people.
Thank you very much. Sabina, could you enumerate what are the strengths of the EULAC collaboration on research infrastructure, and also what are the areas that need to be strengthening in the next period?
Yeah, about the strengths or the strong points in the regional collaboration. First of all, the intention or the willingness to collaborate, especially from Latin American countries, from European countries, or from the UF, from the European Union, is very clear, is very well known for all of us. But we need to know that Latin American countries and researchers and infrastructures from Latin American countries want to collaborate with us as well. On the other hand, it's important that in this conference named Global Dimension and Sustainability of Research Infrastructure, we are facing global challenge. We are facing a global crisis. And one of the strengths of the regional collaboration with Latin America is that we have the same problems. We are facing the same challenge, but we share the same principles and values. So in principle, we can face the same problems in the same manner or in the same way. You know, there is no many difference, cultural difference between Europe and Latin America and Caribbean. We have very strong ties, historical ties. So it's a very strong point. Concerning the fields or the aspect that should be maybe improved. For example, one lesson learned from the ResInfra project is that the different structure or organization among the research infrastructure. What I mean is in Europe we have HESPRI, and we have an instrument which is ERICS. We can talk about not the utility or needed about ESFRI or ERIC, but it's a good instrument. And one lesson learned from ResInfra project is the possibility that we talk about it tomorrow and Thursday in the next working group on research infrastructure meeting here in Tenerife, is the possibility to create a kind of political support committee to the governments in Latin America country, which is a kind of ESFRI, but in Latin America, so a LAC-free. So maybe this is one point that could be improved. Try to give some structure, political structure in the regional collaboration.
Okay, thank you, Sabina. We are very short of time. I don't know if we have opportunity to raise some question from the public through Mentimeter. Okay. Currently, it seems that our global environment is narrowing instead of widening. How can research infrastructure best cope with the recent changes for science diplomacy? How can we keep doors open? I think this is the question that was inherited from the previous panel. Who wants to take the questions? Martin? Or Rolf? Sorry, Rolf.
Go ahead, Rolf. We keep the doors open by offering to work together in science, in research. Again, it's the same, don't talk about politics. But keep, of course, also the aspects of avoiding a single direction. It has to be a give and take. If a country comes and wants only to take, I think then you forget it. But science, we also should define what is science diplomacy, because one talks about different things sometimes. I prefer the word bridging cultures and nations. That's something that, an understanding, talking with each other, not talking to somebody, but talking with each other, trying to find an understanding between the people. And this doesn't change. I think everybody has to be open to accept the others in research. This was possible in the Cold War, for example, at CERN, because CERN and the sister lab in Russia, Dubna, was an international lab. They interacted. So that was the opening in the Iron Curtain at that time. That worked. With a hot war, it's more difficult. I agree. With, let's say, hot conflicts as we have in the region in the Middle East, it also works if it stays at a certain level with the hot conflicts, and you ignore the hot conflict inside the laboratory, inside the facility. It's a miracle that it works, but it works at Sesame, really, if you look.
Okay, thank you very much. Oops. Yes, Kardish?
So I agree with what you said about science diplomacy, and I think we have to be careful when we're talking about science diplomacy. At one level, global science diplomacy, if you like, to achieve global goals is all well and good, and that's what scientists often talk about. What we see at the moment is science being instrumentalized by nation states for their own aims. And of course, there are different degrees of that. All countries do that to some extent. But the question is when they go over the barriers of that, and scientists inadvertently end up being used to achieve national aims that other countries would not agree to. I think the research infrastructure, so there's a difference between individuals and institutions and countries. And at the individual level, it's really important that there's no discrimination, and that individuals, as individuals, if you like, have access wherever they come from, whatever their nature, etc. When we get to institutions, that's where the risk assessment starts to become more difficult. We know that in some countries, the institutions are tied to the military. We know that. It's clear, it's public information. I think most research infrastructures, when they make partnerships with institutions, they don't realize that. They don't check the nature of the institution they're partnering with. And likewise, then, when it comes to countries and their role and how they operate, it comes down to being aware, and then to doing the risk assessments, and then taking sort of proportionate action without becoming overexcited and biased and excluding certain fields and certain countries from any collaboration. But I think we have to be realistic about the current geopolitical situation.
Okay, thank you. I think that we have no time for more questions, sorry. I will give you just 1 minute each to the concluding remarks. So Martin, could you give us a sentence concluding all this discussion?
Thank you very much, Inma. And I think this question sums up very well my views on the session, and looking at the importance of the global approach in providing this framework for our international engagement. I'd just like to refer to what Carthage was saying, this distinction between individuals and institutions. And even when we have used sanctions policy in Europe as a result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the sanction policy targets institutions. Our programs and our policy remain open to individuals. I'd just like to maybe finish on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Carthage, your concluding remarks?
So I'm sorry I sound like the negative person in all of this. And I think we've heard some great examples, of the real benefits of global collaboration. And that's what we want to preserve. And I think we're all united around that. I would just leave the message that research security is on the agenda in governments. It's getting higher up the agenda. And it's a real issue that all of you will have to start to deal with if you're not already.
Thank you. Rolf?
Well, we are talking about a changing context. I think we can at the same time talk about a turbulent context. I mean, the world is rather much a political world in turbulence. And I think it's our job to give a stable basis to that. And a stable and continuous basis would be research.
Okay.
Should be research.
Thank you. Claudia?
Global dimension involve the political level at the technician of the research infrastructure. It's necessary to work together and show the impact that your intervention.
Yes.
No.
Finish.
For that is very important. Show the impact that the intervention has in the research infrastructure. At the political level, it's necessary to really involve to the politician and try to give a different kind of space, and all the people can work together. Perhaps it's idealistic form, way, but it's necessary to believe that something could be good, but it's necessary to show to all the people and try to work together. I think that could be.
Thank you very much.
Sí.
Claudia? Very short.
Tenemos 30 minutos.
Yes.
Okay.
Finish. Como 30 minutes?
30 minutes to finish.
30 minutes?
Yeah,
Sí,
we
por eso.
finish at 4.
30 minutos to finish. Por
Yeah.
eso.
Oh, sorry.
Finish
Then
at
I am.
four.
I'm putting a lot of pressure on your side.
Me decía 30 minutos.
I see 30 seconds. Okay. Okay, then open my Mentimeter, please. I read 30 seconds. Okay, we can come back to the concluding remarks. Sorry. Okay, can you project any further questions from the public? Sorry for that, please. ¿2 y media, 3?
Contestamos nada.
Pero teníamos 1 hora y media.
Or we can come back after the coffee break.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to? Yes.
So
Kartij.
Can I ask a question to all the people here from Research Infrastructures? Can you put your hand up if you've actually had a security incident, so to do with an individual, to do with theft of data or materials, or concerns about someone you recruited, or a cyber attack? So many of you.
Many of you.
So there's a lot of experience here already that I think needs to be shared. Presumably, how many of you happily resolved that issue?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
A little bit less.
A little bit less, yeah. But I think there's a lot of mutual learning amongst this group around the security issues, particularly perhaps the cyber security, but other issues as well.
Okay, yes.
But on this topic, it helps if you are within a very good large infrastructure, because there you have a pretty good cybersecurity.
So
I can tell you, at CERN, CERN has a fantastic group which protects its members.
So I don't know, would Eli like to say anything on that? No, is there anyone from Eli here?
I can only talk for CERN.
So, but the reality is that most of these infrastructures are very good, but not necessarily of the size of CERN, and it's an issue that they have to deal with. So it may come back also to some of these issues around, do we have common data infrastructures for some of the research infrastructures, and security may be one of the reasons that you make that choice. But it's a real issue, and CERN may not yet have had a ransomware attack, but
I didn't want to trigger anybody there. But I wanted to give one positive example.
So again, in terms of mutual learning, I think CERN has a lot that it could teach.
Yes.
Yeah.
Others,
exactly.
so that others could learn in that context.
We need to learn of CERN, yes. So in times of budget constraints and increasing pressure for science funding, how to convince member states on the importance of contributing to initiatives like SESAM? Rolf?
Well, the member states usually stick to their commitment, not necessarily in time. And that's a problem. Some of the members have very little money, I agree, for science. And so the only way Sesame can survive is that investments are coming from non-members, like the European Commission. We just have inaugurated a few months ago a new beamline which was sponsored by the European Commission. The bigger problem is to convince non-member states to try to become member of Sesame. Why is this such a problem? Because Sesame is an open facility, so also non-members can, of course, have good scientists coming to do experiments. And therefore, it is quite difficult to convince non-member states to become member of Sesame, because they say, okay, our researchers can nonetheless come to you. So that is the problem, but you have seen on my first slide that Iraq is now associate member, that means a 30% member, with the prospect to become full member in 3 years. So that is hopefully the icebreaker, and that we get some more members. I don't know if somebody wants to guess what the budget, operating budget of Sesame is. You can show your hands what you think with the two hands.
More or less, rough figure? No, nobody.
No one? 5 million.
5 million.
5 million. It's a theoretical budget, and we are talking about sanctions. There's a sanction on one of the members, Iran. That means we are missing 20% of the budget. It's a miracle that it works.
Okay. Interesting.
So
yeah. Next question, please. Is the set of recommendations for global research infrastructures elaborated by the group of senior officials of the G8 still of relevance from your perspective? Kardec?
So I'm not sure what set of recommendations this refers to. If it's the principles that the G8 developed, which are around access and sharing, etc., then I think they're valid, absolutely. There is an issue about global research infrastructures in the context of the GSO, and I would say that from what we've heard here, most of you would regard yourselves as global research infrastructures in some way, and the principles from the GSO, I expect that many of you already comply with them. But I'm not on the GSO. OECD is an observer, but I don't know in detail.
Okay, so sorry for not having the correct answer, the perfect answer. Next question. What are the boundaries for cooperation for research infrastructures? Bluntly phrased, should we still be open to Chinese scientists? A direct question.
So the short answer from me would be yes. But you need to do due diligence. You should know where, not just your Chinese scientists, where all your scientists are coming from. The case of the Russian scientist spy in Sweden was someone who'd been a practicing scientist in Brazil for a long time and then moved to Sweden. And then they discovered that actually this guy was a Russian spy and he was working in a high security research area. So I think it's also about individuals, and science is really poor about that and checking on the background of the people that we appoint. There's so many stories of scientists who got thrown out of one lab or exposed and then moved to another and they didn't even know about it. So I think just tightening up some of our procedures without becoming paranoid. I think, there's, I've forgotten what the question was actually, it's gone off the screen. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, here you have. So we will continue.
So the boundaries for cooperation. So, it's also, in some areas, I mean, we heard about some of the infrastructures that work much more closely with industry or in certain fields, then obviously it ups the ante. So, you know, everyone is concerned now about competition in AI and in quantum science. And so if you're working in those areas, then I would expect that, you know, your risk assessment would be more careful. But it's also really important not just to say certain areas, certain countries, there's no cooperation. That would be a disaster for science. And in a field like quantum, you know, China is doing some incredibly good, very basic research, and everyone wants to work with the Chinese groups, and it would be terrible to stop that. So, yeah.
We need to have equilibrium.
I fully agree with you. And there also comes the aspect of individuals and institutions in, as you mentioned beforehand. And I think it has to be clear that it's a give and take. That you have to assure from the beginning, to my mind.
So thank you for these questions. I am going to stop here the questions. We have just the last minutes just for concluding the session. I would like to offer you a bit more of time in order to refine your concluding remarks. You have, if you like. Martin?
Sure, and I think, you know, I already gave my concluding sentence, but I think this is a really interesting discussion on this balance between openness and closeness. And it's something which is happening across all countries and across all continents. And it's something where perhaps we need to have more of an open discussion in terms of, with our partners, looking at issues such as fundamental research, which perhaps should be more open, and perhaps we should have more of an agreement on that, and areas which are closer to market. I take your point in quantum, sometimes things can move, and artificial intelligence, things can move very quickly from being fundamental research to being applied, and so perhaps it's something we need to look at. But I think it's useful to have more of a dialogue amongst our countries within the member states, but also more globally in terms of looking at this issue. Within the Commission, we have tried to find the right balance in that respect. You know, particularly the blunt question is, should be working with China, and yes, our program is still open to China. We have nuanced it in terms of giving priority areas where we want to have more cooperation with China, but our program is still fully open to Chinese researchers and Chinese research institutes, and I think that's something which is really important. Just turning back to what I was saying before in terms of the sanctions on Russia, it was the first time at the level of the European Union we've used sanctions policy for research and innovation. It's never been used before, but when you read the sanctions text, the importance of science diplomacy, of people-to-people contacts, and working in areas which are of global interest, such as nuclear safety and climate change, come out in there. And to make sure we have this right balance and between the openness and closeness, I think is something which is really important.
Thank you, Martin. Kartish, do you want to?
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot to add to that, really. I think on this issue of security, as I say, it's coming up the agenda, and the community needs to take hold of it. The research infrastructures need to, at the governance levels, they need to incorporate the risk analyses into the processes, and it needs to be considered as, you know, part of research integrity is the way we framed it. It shouldn't become a new bureaucratic workload. You know, it should be about improving science, improving the trust with your partners, making it much clearer to partners when they become partners what exactly the expectations are, and when visiting workers come, what is expected in terms of the data and what is not expected, and tightening up procedures around declaring conflicts of interest and conflicts of commitment. I mean, it's really poor. It's incredible how poor that process is. People don't know what they're supposed to declare or not declare. You know, that's quite simple. You just come up with a clear list, and everyone has to declare or not declare. So I think on a positive side, attention to research security can really help research integrity and help better management and better risk assessment across the board. So it's not all negative. And the issues around openness and the balance between openness and we saw in COVID the reality of open to all. You know, it's as open as necessary or as open as possible, or you know. So I think we also now we have to nuance that without losing the default that we should make our data open if we can.
Thank you very much, Rolf.
I don't have much to add to this one sentence which I gave before, but maybe what I can say is that there are regions in the world which don't have an infrastructure with a broad research spectrum. The Caribbean, for example, and Africa. Africa is the only continent, for example, without a synchronous notation facility, which is a facility which really is educative and gives very good science and helps the research to boost. Yeah? And if you take the example of Sesame, why is one not trying to repeat this example in the Caribbean or in Latin America or in Africa? And I would wish that the European Commission helps in building such a facility. It doesn't need very much from the European Commission, from Europe, to help there, because most of the resources have to come from the region. But usually a sort of trigger helps in order to bring these countries up, or these regions up. And then you have also at some stage a much larger workforce.
Thank you very much. Claudia, do you want to underline something? Yes?
Something that is very important, the international cooperation, especially on the research infrastructure, because we consider, our region consider, that we have to work together, and we have a lot of things, because the challenges, most of them are uncommon. And the policy dialogue is very important to support the work that the infrastructure made. For that reason, we consider that the senior official meeting is a very good space to work together, and of course, it's necessary, as she mentioned, the support of the European Commission through the service facility for the dialogue is very important. And last, we have to continue working together because it's a win-win cooperation. I'm convincing in that. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Claudia. Sabina?
Yeah, I'd like to say that although the Press Infra project has already finished, we are still working together. First of all, because next year we will start a new project, Press Infra Plus, with almost the same consortium, but increasing in different countries. For example, are joining us Peru, Cuba, Argentina, and other priority areas, and which show the commitment of both regions to collaborate, to establish and maintain a stable framework of regional collaboration.
Thank you very much. So I can conclude that in the current evolving global circumstances, European Union research and innovation system need to be resilient and adaptable, but also need to establish mechanisms to ensure research security. We have seen here. It has the aim to keep its leadership on international cooperation, and to this purpose, research infrastructures have a main role to play. Research infrastructures have already proven, and here we have some cases, here also, that they are drivers to foster this international collaboration, and they are called in the future to enhance this role, and we support it. Thank you very much. Thank you, all the speakers, and thank you, all the audience, for being here with us, and my apologies for my mistake with the timing. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Sabina Guailupo, Claudia Romano, Rolf Hauer, Carthage Smith, Martin Penny, and Immaculada. Thank you very much for this talk. And we're about to get to the end. We're about to get to the end, but before, I am very pleased to, where am I? Hold on, I got lost here. There we go. I'm very pleased to present the Tenerife Declaration. It's fostered by the Spanish presidency for the Council of the European Union. And this declaration is entitled exactly as the conference, Global Dimension and Sustainability of Research Infrastructures. Why? Because it reflects exactly the very topics discussed during these 2 days in Tenerife. For this matter, I would like to warmly welcome Raquel Lloti, Secretary General for Research, Ministry of Science and Innovation of Spain, to take the stage, please. Welcome, Raquel. Please go ahead.
So this is the time of the declaration, and at this point we had the option to read out loud the whole declaration formally, but we thought that it was going to be boring, and especially at this time in the afternoon. So we have prepared some slides that try to give you an idea of what are the most important specific objectives of the declaration. Of course, I invite you, all of you, to read the whole declaration, but I think that this is going to be easier to try to transmit the most important thing that we have tried to include in the declaration. So do I have a, thank you. So the declaration has two main components. The first one is, of course, sustainability, and the second one is the global dimension. And many of the topics that has been included in the declaration has been a subject during the 2 days that, and some of the reflections that you have shared in this conference are included in the declaration. So there are between the two main topics. The first one, sustainability, is developed in different specific topics, and the second one as well is divided in 3 specific topics. Regarding sustainability, we think that is crucial to ensure long-term sustainability of research infrastructures, and it means that we need to cover the design, construction, and operation with adequate funding, and also thinking about different governance mechanisms. We also need to better engage smaller EU countries for a better balance in the ecosystems across Europe, and also foster cross-disciplinarity and explore new governance models. We also need to focusing on human resources, we also need to foster career development and skills in NRI. Research infrastructures need to build capacities for scientists, for engineers, and also for research managers. We need to develop relevant skills for R&I staff, and also we need to develop adequate recognition and rewarding. And we also, it's also very important to guarantee the digital transition by artificial intelligence and open science in research infrastructures, and consider all of these aspects with inclusive career opportunities for all the staff in the research infrastructures. The third specific objective is advancing the implementation and integration of open science policies and practices in research infrastructures at European, national, and institutional levels. Of course, we have talked also about the need of developing EOSC and FAIR principles to have open access without some country restrictions that are not necessary, and to enable optimal use of data and all the resources that we are creating together and funding together. And for that purpose, it is important as well use artificial intelligence tools and also qualified personnel. Is going to the previous point, we need also building that kind of capabilities at the human resources level. The fourth objective is assessing environmental current challenges with impact on RIs while promoting mutual learning in the research for solutions. And you can see some of the examples that you have already worked on them during this conference. Some of them are the need for decreasing the carbon and broader environmental footprint associated with the energy and resources consumption, generating new ways of access, including remote access, developing coordinated policies to address and reduce electromagnetic pollution, dark and quiet skies for astronomical exploration, and strengthening the positive impact of RNIs enable sustainable development and meeting the SDGs. The fifth objective in the pillar of sustainability is increasing the availability of critical raw materials and components. And this is something that has been also a subject of some of the debates. We need the materials and for the construction and operation, and also to upgrade the high-tech instrumentation, we need those raw materials, and is something that is getting more and more difficult in these days. And of course, in the meantime, we need to explore and work on possibilities for substitution of some raw materials. Even we know it's very difficult, or in some cases, it's not possible at all. We also, in the declaration, has introduced the need for addressing the challenges identified in the third ERIC report of the European Commission on the application of the ERIC regulation. And those recommendations are in line with both pillars, with sustainability and also with global dimension, specifically the need to access to funding, also the need to facilitate engagement with international partners, the related human resources, the staff careers perspective, in its whole dimension, and finally, the need to optimize operational synergies among research infrastructures. In the pillar of global dimension, we have also several specific objectives. The first one is investing in efforts to enhance international cooperation. We need to develop this international cooperation approach, protecting European key principles and values, and also academic freedom, research ethics and integrity, reciprocity, gender equality, and also avoid the risk of foreign interference. And in the declaration, we also mentioned the need to evolve the ERIC framework in the future. The second specific objective in this pillar, where possible, is fostering the collaboration of the European RIs with their counterparts worldwide. We have discussed about collaboration with Latin American and the Caribbean specifically, but also with other regions in the world. And there are many possibilities, many options that we need to to take into consideration because we have global challenges that require coordinated and complementary efforts at global level. It is a reality and is something that we need to know and to work together in that direction towards maybe that global areas that help us in the future to address common challenges. And finally, the third specific challenge in the pillar of global dimension is the fostering of the role of RIs in advancing science diplomacy. Of course, is one of the subjects that you have worked on during these days and is something that has many different dimensions. But we need to base multilateralism on the same principles and values that I have previously mentioned, that are the European values. And we need also, we think that it's important to build on the group of senior officials with its framework for global research infrastructures, as well as the OECD Global Science Forum. We need to take advantage of what we already have and build on it. So I think that this was the last slide. In these slides, you can see some of the countries. I think that Malta has already endorsed the declaration, but I think that some of you didn't have enough time for consultations in their countries. I apologize because we didn't have much time for the whole process, and we understand that, and we know that we have very good prospect to have other countries or other member states, as well as the Commission, to endorse this declaration in the following days. So sorry for the short time that we have given to you, and thank you for your understanding, and I hope that we will, of course, keep working together to guarantee the future and the development of research infrastructures in Europe and globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Raquel Iotti. So yeah, we're coming to an end. I would first like to acknowledge the work that has been done here for these past 2 days. I think there's something that's absolutely clear, at least to me, that with the union, with common work, there might be a way to face future challenges. And also, I think it's become very clear that how lucky we are here in the European Union to have so many minds and people and teams that are aiming to do some research and collaborate with different other parts of the world. Anyway, I would like to finish before inviting new authorities, as we did yesterday, to do a closing session. Yeah, thank you very much. I'll come back up while while they talk to introduce each one of them. But we're going to start with Mr. Michael Arentov. He's the head of unit for open science and research infrastructures, DG Research and Innovation at the European Commission. Please come up. Thank you.
Thank you again for inviting me to this closing session as well. I would like to thank again the Spanish presidency for maintaining research infrastructures and the policy and the actions so high on the policy agenda, and of course for organizing and for hosting this important conference. I would also like to thank all the participants for engaging in very lively exchanges and for indeed providing so very many pertinent perspectives to the different topics. So we have discussed two key challenges that are not new as such, but that has become of much more immediate importance, both when you talk about sustainability challenges or when we're talking about global dimensions of research infrastructures. First, on the sustainability side, of course, financial sustainability is essential, and research funders, they have to play their role. But also sustainability is conditional to a number of other aspects. It's conditional to having a long-term strategy, to have effective governance, to have an effective operational performance, being in terms of human resources, research data management, and other aspects of operational performance. Now, as we see research infrastructures that are increasing both in terms of numbers and in terms of their interconnections, and whether they have to respond to science impacts or they have to respond to impacts on solving societal challenges, funding their construction and the major upgrading, or funding their evolution and incremental upgrading, or funding their operations, including access to research infrastructures. We know that all these funding issues, they weigh increasingly heavy on research budgets in countries across Europe, but indeed also worldwide. So it's very crucial that we keep the detailed knowledge, we keep the visibility also of the different components of the research infrastructure ecosystem, to make sure that research infrastructures retain their structuring effect, they retain their integrating effects on the research resources and on the research activities. So in other words, and maybe in more political words, it's very important that we keep research infrastructures as the backbone of the European research area. We have also heard about other elements of sustainability that have become much more important: energy challenges, supply chain challenges, the increase in energy costs, the difficulties in acquiring technological components is indeed putting the resilience of research infrastructures at stake. And this at a time when many sites, as we have seen also in the debate today, are trying to reduce their environmental footprint. Now, all these challenges of sustainability, they are of course not isolated. They apply across research infrastructure sites. They have links with other entities in the research activities that they support. And they, of course, evolve also in an international context. So this afternoon we have heard the opportunities that are seized by partnering global. We have heard about barriers that are faced by a number of research infrastructures when collaborating globally. So we have seen on one hand how international dimensions of research infrastructures facilitate and strengthen international research cooperation. We have seen how they can help align policies, research policies. They can help share scientific practices. And we have seen in the last panel also how they can be a tool to support bilateral or bi-regional dialogue. We saw a number of obstacles that we all have to address. It was clear that solutions to many of these issues of collaborating globally, be they of governance, legal, operational, or technical nature, they require coordinated efforts. We all have to chip in, being it at the institutional level, the national level, European level, or indeed the global level. So to sum up, this conference for all of us, I think, has given very important contributions on a number of fronts. Let me start with the ongoing exercise of the ESFRI landscape analysis and the preparations for the next roadmap. Also on our side, we're looking into an updated European Charter of Access to Research Infrastructures. the next version of the European research area policy agenda, 25 to 27, the next work program in the context of Horizon Europe, also 25 to 27, and of course the preparations for the next framework program, or FP10. So let me thank again the Spanish hosts. Let me thank all of you, the participants, for these very lively debates and the contributions to many important files. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michael Arentoft. Now, please welcome Mrs. Migdalia Machin Tavío, Regional Minister for Universities, Science, Innovation, Culture and Heritage of the Canary Islands. Bienvenida.
Autoridades y representantes de centros de investigación, señores y señoras, en primer lugar quiero agradecer al Ministerio de Ciencia e Innovación, a la Comisión Europea y a los organizadores y promotores de esta conferencia, la decisión de celebrarla aquí en Canarias. El largo camino que ha hecho nuestra sociedad a lo largo de la historia ha sido la frontera tecnológica y del conocimiento. No se entiende sin la insistencia de infraestructuras donde investigadores y emprendedores innovadores acceden a capacidades imprescindibles para el avance tecnológico y la innovación disruptiva. Este tipo de recursos, en todas sus dimensiones, son determinantes para recorrer con garantía, cuando corresponde, la cadena de valor del conocimiento desde la ciencia básica y aplicada hasta su transformación en actividad económica innovadora. Canarias siempre ha reivindicado con razón su aspiración a convertirse en un laboratorio natural. No es una declaración gratuita, pero para ello tenemos que seguir apoyando la gran labor que hacen nuestras infraestructuras científico-técnicas singulares, del Gran Telescopio de Canarias, del Observatorio del Roque de los Muchachos, del Observatorio del Teide, de la plataforma oceánica de Canarias. Esta consejería conoce a beneficio que este tipo de infraestructura ofrecen tanto el sistema I+D+I como a la industria, y se suma a las declaraciones del Consejo de la Unión Europea para considerarlas un ámbito de interés prioritario de acción conjunta. La estrategia de especialización inteligente de Canarias establece un marco y unas prioridades que debemos cumplir en un contexto global donde se necesita a la ciencia, la innovación y el desarrollo tecnológico para responder a los retos globales complejos y urgentes que todos ustedes conocen. Es fundamental la cooperación internacional y la colaboración estrecha de científicos y emprendedores tecnológicos, de agentes de conocimiento y de empresas, para dejar un planeta más sostenible e equitativo a las próximas generaciones. Las infraestructuras de investigación son espacios abiertos de conocimiento científico, de excelencia, de esfuerzo y de curiosidad. Y más allá de la parte material, tienen razón de existir porque hay individuos con la educación de la información, las habilidades y la motivación para aspirar a transformar este mundo con sus propósitos. A ellos les quiero dar un reconocimiento especial por esta tarea extraordinaria y les animo a continuar. Quiero felicitar a la Presidencia Española de la Unión Europea por esta iniciativa y transmitir al Gobierno de España el deseo y el interés de mi Gobierno por reforzar y ampliar la colaboración siempre como la hemos mantenido hasta ahora. Estoy segura de que las discusiones han sido enriquecedoras. Los retos pendientes, desde el establecimiento de métricas de evaluación de resultados hasta mejorar la financiación y la inversión, son enormes. Y de nuevo, enhorabuena a todas las entidades y personas que se han implicado. Pueden contar con el apoyo del Gobierno de Canarias. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Okay, we are approaching the end, but we have two last closing speeches. I am very pleased to welcome Mrs. Rosa Dávila, President of the Island Council of Tenerife. Bienvenida. Welcome. Un placer.
The
distinguished members of the government of Spain and the European Commission, dear Migdalia, querida Migdalia Machín, consejera de Innovación en Universidades del Gobierno de Canarias, dear ladies and gentlemen. As the president of Cabildo de Tenerife, as the Iceland government, it is an honor and a pleasure to welcome all to Tenerife. And I'm also sure that you enjoyed your visit yesterday in the Volcano Teide as a magical place where the premise of IAC and also IMED are located. Our sky, our climate are a forefront of the most important significant research project, not only in Tenerife and also Canary Island, but also in the rest of the world. I would like to say that Tenerife is more than just a geographical location. It is a hub of potential and promise. This island offers many opportunities for research and technological advancements, and we are eager to collaborate with all of you in harnessing this potential. As you are already aware, IAC is an institute of the worldwide renown in the study of reality beyond the human limits of the knowledge. The sky of the Canary Island is one of the world's finest labs. IMED, as a state agent, provides weather forecast, warning, and climate information. In addition, in the Cabildo, the whole ITER is a center where I actively promote research and develop in a clean, renewable technology, engineering, communication, environment, and genomics. Thought here, the PCTT, the Cabildo, promote the foster innovation ventures, facilitate knowledge transfer, to drive economic and social progress throughout cutting-edge technology and research activity. Infrastructure is the core of innovation, and innovation is the key of the future as community in this 21st century. As a global society, we demand partnership that transcend borders and disciplines, ensuring that the efforts are aligned and direct towards a bright and prosperous future where sustainability holds the key. And all you are here to facilitate contact, collaboration, and creation of synergy between the stakeholders and discipline involved. Your visit and the celebration of this conference in Tenerife serve as a proof of the shared commitment that all institutions have in building a more sustainable responsibility of our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you for hosting us in this wonderful island. For the final speech, I would like to welcome back Raquel Yotti, Secretary General for Research at the Ministry of Science and Innovation. Bienvenida de nuevo.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, authorities, President, it's a great pleasure to have the opportunity to address you at the conclusion of this presidency conference, where we have the chance to discuss the global dimension and sustainability of research infrastructures. During these 2 days in Tenerife, representatives of the European research infrastructures, member states, representatives and officials from the European Commission, we have been taking over some very timely topics of great interest. Tenerife and the Canary Islands know well, and for many years, as the President has just mentioned, what research infrastructures are. In particular, some of the world-leading infrastructures for astronomy are located here. Indeed, I also hope that yesterday you enjoyed the visit to the IAC Observatory in Teide. As it was presented in the island of La Palma, we are continuing investing with a new astronomical observatory for gamma ray studies, the Cherenkov Telescope Array, that is being built. Spain and other European member states have a strong participation in this international infrastructure. In this occasion, we necessarily kept discussing on some of these very important and often complex issues, while at the same time we have focused on two aspects that are of relevant importance. The first one is sustainability and resilience of research infrastructures, including aspects such as finance, personnel, and the constant and time-severe changes in the environment where these research infrastructures operate. The second, the necessary global dimension and international cooperation that is required to find solutions, all together, to the current and future global challenges. Research infrastructures constitute a fundamental pillar of excellent research and innovation ecosystems, providing researchers, innovators, and other stakeholders the capacity to develop excellent knowledge and expertise, experimental devices and technical resources, extensive collections of data, and complementary ICT and computing services. We all know that RIs are necessary to perform cutting-edge fundamental science and applied research, extending the frontiers of knowledge and developing the state-of-the-art technologies, feeding innovation, also contributing to goals such as those outlined in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In addition, RNIs are critical in two different aspects. On one hand, they serve to develop a more vertebrated RNI system among all the territories of the EU, and on the other hand, RNIs enable us to enhance and promote scientific diplomatic relations with third countries. So they are an effective tool for science diplomacy. As a consequence of these, RNIs also serve to work with these third countries under a common set of values and principles. EU member states, associated countries, and the Commission have made substantial investments covering the development and maintenance of common European and international RIs in a broad range of research fields and e-infrastructures. As acknowledged by the European Competitiveness Council in December 2022, the European Strategic Forum for Research Infrastructure, ESFRI, provides the structure and framework to guide the needed developments on sustainability and global dimension that are in the core of this declaration. ESFRI will hold its stakeholder forum tomorrow, and the forum of ESFRI delegates just after, taking this excellent opportunity to convene during this week in Tenerife. High-quality research relies on investing in national and international infrastructures that can be accessed by a highly skilled and motivated workforce. In addition, developing training programs, workshops, and schools for users, R&I staff, R&D staff, and research managers are also important in close cooperation with academia and industry. The RNIs are therefore repositories of knowledge and hubs of innovation, promoting close interactions with industry and SMEs, and as such can be instrumental in crisis management and response systems, as demonstrated in the COVID-19 pandemic, or most recently here in the Canary Islands with the volcano eruption just 2 years ago. All the RNIs naturally attract users from a variety of scientific fields, facilitating networking and collaboration at different dimensions, resulting in transregional and transnational RNI ecosystems. RIs become truly multidisciplinary hubs at local, regional, and global levels, enabling cross-fertilization across disciplines through conference, workshops, meetings, visits, or staff exchange, and promoting the exchange of ideas and expertise while valorizing knowledge. And in this context, remote collaboration is also possible thanks to the continuously adapting tools and platforms using across RIs. The changes that we are experiencing at global level, including Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and its consequences worldwide, particularly energy and supply challenges are stated by ESFRI, are affecting the capacity of the RIs. Some of the new challenges faced by the RIs include difficulties in the acquisition of scientific equipment due to the semiconductor and raw materials challenges, high inflation and high impact on salaries, the prices of energy and components, cyber attacks, and the complex international landscape that is altering the way that scientists from all around the world and RIs collaborate. All these challenges notably require a dedicated and joint effort, often global. Therefore, finding solutions for these challenges was set as the target of this conference and the Tenerife Declaration. Thank you all for your hard work during these 2 days and in the future research infrastructure really worth it. Let me especially thanks to my team, either at the Ministry of Science and Innovation and also the FECIT Foundation, the Foundation for Science and Technology in Spain, for your hard work in the preparation and success of this conference. Thank you also to the Institute of Astrophysics of Canary Island for hosting the meeting, inviting us to visit the telescope at the Teide Observatory and being also a key player in this conference. Thank you, Rafael. Last but not least, thanks to all the technicians and assistants that have been working so hard these 2 days to make it possible. And now I declare this conference officially closed and wish all the success to our Belgian colleagues for the upcoming Research Infrastructure Conference that will be organized when they assume the presidency of the EU Council in the first semester of 2024. For those who will continue their stay in Tenerife to participate in other events and meetings that are planned throughout this week, I wish you a happy stay and a fruitful meetings. And for those who do not have the opportunity to stay on this wonderful island, I wish you a safe return back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just a few last words. On behalf of the organization, we would like to thank everybody that came here, everybody that watched on streaming, everyone that came to speak on their, we are very thankful on the hard work, on the interest, on the passion for these 2 days. We would like to remind you that there is going to be 2 buses going to different places. One of them is going to the meeting point that we've been picked up this morning. The other one is going to Tenerife Norte Airport. Tenerife Norte, not Tenerife Sur, just so you know. Because I know there's people that are immediately going to take a plane. So have a safe trip back. Thank you again for these 2 days. It was a pleasure to host it for you. Have a great evening and best luck. Bye-bye. Adios. Gracias.